The deeper we dig into our past, the stranger it becomes. What we thought we knew about ancient civilizations dissolves like morning mist when confronted with artifacts that shouldn't exist, monuments that defy explanation, and technologies that seem impossibly advanced for their time. Tonight, we're abandoning the familiar stories. Instead, we'll wander through theories that challenge everything, from underwater roads that may predate known history, to star maps carved by people who supposedly couldn't read the heavens, to manuscripts written in languages that don't match any known script on Earth. These aren't tales of mainstream archaeology. They're whispers from the margins, questions that make scholars uncomfortable, mysteries that suggest our ancestors possessed knowledge we're only beginning to rediscover. So settle in. Let the familiar world fade away as we explore the forgotten corners of human history, where nothing is quite what it seems, and every answer leads to 3 new questions. The Bimini Road Mystery. In 1968, marine archaeologist Dr. J. Manson Valentine was flying over the shallow waters near North Bimini Island when he spotted something that would ignite decades of controversy. Below the crystal-clear Bahamian waters lay what appeared to be a massive stone pathway, stretching nearly half a mile along the ocean floor. The blocks were enormous, some weighing over 10 tons, arranged in neat, deliberate rows that seemed far too precise to be accidental. Valentine's discovery of what became known as the Bimini Road immediately drew connections to Edgar Case's prophecies from the 1930s. The sleeping prophet had predicted that evidence of Atlantis would rise near Bimini in 1968 or 1969. The timing was uncanny, but timing alone doesn't validate extraordinary claims. Dr. David Zink, a respected academic from the Air Force Academy, spent years studying these formations in the 1970s. His underwater expeditions revealed features that challenged conventional explanations. The stones showed what appeared to be tool marks, deliberate shaping, and in some cases perfectly fitted joints that reminded him of ancient megalithic construction techniques found in Peru and Easter Island. The blocks themselves are massive limestone, but their arrangement defies easy explanation. They form distinct patterns, long straight sections that suddenly turn at right angles, creating what looks remarkably like a harbor breakwater or ancient roadway. Some sections are perfectly flat, while others show what appears to be deliberate beveling along the edges. Geologist Dr. Eugene Shin, from the U.S. Geological Survey, offered the orthodox explanation. These formations are natural beach rock, created when carbonate cement precipitates in the spaces between beach sand grains. He pointed to similar formations throughout the Bahamas, arguing that the apparent precision results from natural fracturing patterns in the limestone. But Shin's explanation doesn't address some puzzling details that continue to emerge from the site. Underwater photographer William Donato has documented what appear to be multiple layers beneath the visible stones, suggesting construction phases rather than natural deposition. His sonar surveys reveal buried structures extending far beyond the visible road, forming what might be a complex of foundations covering several square miles. The dating question remains contentious. If these are natural formations, they should be roughly 4,000 to 6,000 years old, formed when sea levels were lower and the area was above water. But some researchers argue for much greater age, based on the degree of erosion visible on the blocks and the depth of sediment covering related formations. Dr. Joan Hanley, a marine geologist who studied core samples from the site, found something unexpected. The cement binding the stones together appears to have formed in a terrestrial environment, on land, not underwater. This suggests the structures were built when the area was above sea level, then submerged as ocean levels rose at the end of the last ice age. The implications are staggering. If the Bimini formations are artificial, they predate most known megalithic construction by thousands of years. They would represent evidence of sophisticated engineering capabilities existing in the Caribbean long before conventional archaeology places advanced civilizations in the Americas. Local Bahamian traditions add another layer to the mystery. Island elders speak of ancient stone roads that once connected the islands, built by people who lived there when the water was much lower. These oral histories, passed down through generations, describe the stones as part of a vast network of artificial causeways and harbors. Recent developments have added new dimensions to the puzzle. Marine archaeologist Dr. Greg Little has discovered what appear to be harbor works extending from the main formation, curved stone walls that suggest sophisticated understanding of wave action and coastal engineering. These features show the same massive construction techniques, but form complex patterns that seem designed to create protected anchorages. The Bimini Road also connects to a broader pattern of underwater anomalies throughout the Caribbean. Similar stone formations have been reported near Cuba, where sonar surveys have revealed what appear to be megalithic structures at depths that would require them to be extraordinarily ancient. Off the coast of Puerto Rico, researchers have documented linear stone arrangements that echo the Bimini patterns. Satellite imagery has revealed additional formations in the area, previously unknown geometric patterns visible beneath the shallow waters surrounding the Bahamas. These formations show the same characteristics as the original Bimini Road, massive limestone blocks in apparently artificial arrangements, now covered by thousands of years of marine growth. The controversy continues because the evidence refuses to fit neatly into either camp's explanations. The formations are too regular and extensive to dismiss as random natural phenomena, yet they're also too ancient to align with conventional models of New World prehistory. They represent a genuine anomaly, physical evidence that challenges our understanding of both geological processes and human technological development. Recent chemical analysis of the stones has revealed trace elements that suggest they may not be locally sourced limestone. If confirmed, this would support the artificial construction theory, as it would indicate deliberate transportation and placement of materials. Natural beach rock formation cannot explain why stones from distant sources would appear in such organized patterns. The Bimini Road remains one of those rare archaeological mysteries where the physical evidence is undeniable, but the interpretation remains contentious. The stones are there, arranged in patterns that suggest purpose and planning. Whether that purpose was human or geological continues to divide researchers who approach the same evidence with fundamentally different assumptions about what's possible in human prehistory. As sea levels continue to change and underwater archaeology techniques advance, new discoveries around Bimini seem inevitable. The next revelation might finally tip the balance of evidence, providing the definitive answer to whether these mysterious stone formations represent the remains of a lost civilization or simply the most convincing natural mimicry of human construction ever documented. For now, the Bimini Road keeps its secrets, lying silent beneath the turquoise waters, waiting for the technology or insight that might finally explain its origin. The secrets of Göbekli Tepe. When archaeologists began excavating a hilltop in southeastern Turkey in 1995, they expected to find the remnants of a medieval cemetery. Instead, they uncovered something that would force historians to rewrite the timeline of human civilization itself. What they found at Göbekli Tepe wasn't just old, it was impossibly old. Dating back nearly 12,000 years, this massive temple complex predates Stonehenge by 6,000 years and the Egyptian pyramids by 7,000. It emerged from an era when humans were supposed to be simple hunter-gatherers, scratching out survival with stone tools and living in temporary shelters. Klaus Schmidt, the German archaeologist who led the excavation, stood among towering limestone pillars carved with intricate reliefs of animals that no longer roamed the region. These weren't crude cave paintings or simple stone arrangements. They were sophisticated architectural achievements featuring massive T-shaped monoliths, some weighing up to 20 tons, arranged in precise circular patterns that spoke of advanced planning and coordination. The mystery deepens when you consider what was required to build Göbekli Tepe. Moving stones of this size would have demanded the coordinated effort of hundreds of people working together for decades. Yet according to conventional archaeology, the societies of 10,000 BCE lacked the organizational structures, permanent settlements, and agricultural surplus necessary for such massive undertakings. These were nomadic peoples following seasonal migrations, not civilizations capable of monumental architecture. The site consists of at least 20 circular structures, though only a fraction have been excavated so far. Each circle features towering pillars arranged around a central pair of even larger monoliths, creating what researchers describe as a kind of ancient amphitheater. The craftsmanship is remarkable: precise joints, carefully planned layouts, and decorative elements that demonstrate not just technical skill but artistic vision. What captivates researchers most are the carvings themselves. The pillars are covered with reliefs of animals, lions, boars, foxes, snakes, birds, and insects rendered with startling detail and artistry. Many of these creatures no longer inhabit the region, suggesting the builders lived in a dramatically different climate than today's arid landscape. But these aren't random decorations. The animal combinations follow patterns that suggest symbolic meaning, possibly representing constellations or seasonal cycles that held deep significance for the builders. Some pillars feature anthropomorphic details, arms bent at the sides, hands positioned across the stomach, suggesting the monoliths might represent stylized human figures. If so, the circles could be gatherings of stone ancestors or deities, watching over rituals that we can only imagine. The central pillars in each circle are always the largest, perhaps representing chief figures or primary deities in a pantheon we'll never fully understand. The site's age presents another puzzle entirely. Göbekli Tepe was built during the transition between the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods, right at the moment when humans were supposedly beginning to develop agriculture. Some researchers now wonder whether massive projects like this might have driven agricultural development rather than resulting from it. Feeding the huge workforce required to build and maintain Göbekli Tepe would have created pressure to develop more reliable food sources than hunting and gathering could provide. Genetic evidence supports this radical idea. Studies of ancient wheat varieties show that some of the world's first domesticated grains were developed in this exact region around the same time Göbekli Tepe was being built. Rather than agriculture enabling civilization, perhaps the demands of maintaining religious sites like this forced humans to invent farming. The mystery extends to who these builders actually were. They left no written records, no pottery, no permanent settlements that archaeologists have yet identified. They appear in history long enough to create this masterpiece, then vanish back into the archaeological record, leaving only their stone testament behind. Ground-penetrating radar suggests there are dozens more circular structures still buried beneath the hill, meaning we've only glimpsed a fraction of what they accomplished. Even more intriguingly, Göbekli Tepe was deliberately abandoned around 8000 BCE. The builders didn't simply walk away, they carefully backfilled the entire complex with tons of earth and stone, preserving it like a time capsule. This wasn't destruction or neglect. It was intentional burial, as if the site had served its purpose and needed to be hidden until the right moment arrived for its rediscovery. The deliberate nature of this burial raises profound questions. Did the builders know future civilizations would eventually uncover their work? Were they preserving knowledge for later generations? The precision of the backfilling process suggests this was as carefully planned as the original construction, requiring the same level of coordination and workforce that built the temple in the first place. Recent LiDAR scanning has revealed that Göbekli Tepe is just one part of a much larger complex of similar sites scattered across the region. The network extends for miles, suggesting these weren't isolated communities but part of a sophisticated culture that maintained connections across considerable distances. Each site shows similar architectural principles, but unique artistic expressions, as if following shared plans while allowing for local variations. What bothers archaeologists most is the sophistication gap. The technical and artistic achievements at Göbekli Tepe appear fully formed, without the gradual development you'd expect from a society learning monumental construction techniques. It's as if the builders already possessed advanced knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and symbolic representation when they began work. Where did this knowledge come from? And if they possessed such capabilities 12,000 years ago, what else might they have accomplished that we haven't yet discovered? The site continues revealing secrets with each excavation season. Recent discoveries include evidence of acoustic engineering. The circular structures appear designed to amplify sound in specific ways, suggesting they hosted ceremonies involving music, chanting, or other vocal rituals. Chemical analysis of the stones has revealed traces of brewing residues, indicating the builders might have been among humanity's first beer makers, perhaps connecting alcohol production with religious celebration. As only 10% of Göbekli Tepe has been excavated, most of its secrets remain buried beneath the Turkish hillside, waiting to challenge our understanding of what our ancestors were capable of achieving in humanity's distant dawn. Nazca lines, signals to the gods. 3,000 years before the first airplane took flight, someone drew a spider across the Peruvian desert so perfectly that its proportions remain mathematically precise when viewed from 1,000 feet above. The spider stretches 150 feet from leg to leg, etched into the hardpan with surgical accuracy that defies every assumption we hold about ancient capabilities. The Nazca lines sprawl across 200 square miles of the driest desert on Earth, where rainfall measures less than half an inch per year. This isn't coincidence, it's preservation. What took immense human effort to create has been maintained by nature's own hand, the arid climate acting as curator for humanity's most perplexing gallery. Dr. Maria Rika spent 50 years mapping these geoglyphs, crawling across the desert floor with measuring tape and compass. Her meticulous documentation revealed something that shouldn't exist: geometric precision that rivals modern surveying equipment. The hummingbird geoglyph, stretching 300 feet across, maintains perfect proportional symmetry. Every curve flows with mathematical certainty that would challenge today's engineers working without aerial perspective. Yet the Nazca people created these massive drawings with nothing but rope, stakes, and an understanding of geometry that we're still attempting to comprehend. Carbon dating places the earliest lines around 500 BCE, during the height of Nazca civilization. But dating the lines themselves proves nearly impossible. You can't carbon date rocks arranged on desert floor. What archaeologists can date are the pottery shards and organic materials found buried beneath certain geoglyphs, providing approximate time markers for a mystery that spans nearly 2 millennia of continuous creation. The preservation itself tells a story. These lines exist because the Nazca Desert sits in one of the most stable climatic zones on the planet. No significant rainfall, minimal wind erosion, virtually no seismic activity. The dark surface stones, when moved aside, reveal lighter-colored earth beneath, a contrast that has remained visible for over 1,500 years. Nature conspired to create the perfect canvas for humanity's most ambitious ancient artwork. Local Nazca people call them sacred paths. This isn't modern romanticization, it's ancestral knowledge passed through generations. Anthropologist Johann Reinhard documented how contemporary indigenous communities still regard certain geoglyphs as walking meditation routes, paths meant to be traveled by foot in specific patterns that mirror the overhead designs. But walking the lines reveals another mystery. The famous spider, when traversed at ground level, follows natural ridges and valleys with uncanny precision. Whoever designed this creature understood the desert's topography intimately, incorporating elevation changes that are invisible from normal human perspective, but become crucial elements when viewed from above. The astronomical theory gained prominence through Maria Rika's research. She identified potential correlations between certain lines and the positions of celestial bodies during solstices and equinoxes. The monkey geoglyph appears oriented toward the southern constellation of Volans. Several straight lines point directly toward points on the horizon where specific stars would have risen during the height of Nazca civilization. Yet astronomer Gerald Hawkins challenged these findings in the 1960s, using computer analysis to test hundreds of potential astronomical alignments. His results showed that random lines drawn across the desert would produce similar correlations, a statistical inevitability rather than intentional design. This created a rift in Nazca research that persists today. Some patterns clearly align with celestial events, while others appear randomly oriented. The water theory offers equally compelling evidence. Archaeologist David Johnson discovered that many straight lines point directly toward underground water sources and mountain watersheds. In a desert civilization, water represented life itself. The lines might have served as sacred pathways connecting communities to their most precious resource, not channels to the gods above, but to the life-giving aquifers below. Ground-penetrating radar surveys in the 1990s revealed that several major line complexes intersect with underground streams and natural springs. The correlation is too frequent to dismiss as coincidence, suggesting that Nazca engineers possessed sophisticated understanding of desert hydrology. They were tracking water through a landscape that appears barren but conceals complex underground networks. Then there's the balloon theory. In 1975, Jim Woodman discovered pottery shards depicting objects that resembled hot air balloons. Working with fabric expert Julian Knott, Woodman constructed a balloon using only materials available to ancient Nazca people: cotton fabric and reeds from Lake Titicaca. Their balloon achieved enough altitude to view the geoglyphs from above. The Nazca people practiced cranial deformation, creating elongated skulls that might have held religious significance. They mummified their dead in elaborate textiles displaying complex geometric patterns that mirror the desert drawings. This wasn't a civilization that created randomly. Every artistic expression followed precise mathematical principles that govern their understanding of the cosmos. Recent LiDAR surveys have revealed over 140 previously unknown geoglyphs, some predating the famous animal designs by centuries. These earlier patterns focus on human figures and ceremonial objects, suggesting an evolution in purpose over time. The civilization that began by drawing shamanic figures eventually progressed to creating massive zoomorphic advertisements visible only from the sky. But why create art that couldn't be appreciated by its makers? This question assumes ancient peoples shared our limitations. The Nazca might have possessed techniques for elevated observation we haven't considered. Mountain peaks surrounding the Nazca Plain offer vantage points for viewing some geoglyphs. Ceremonial platforms built along elevated ridges align with specific line complexes. The preservation continues today through Peru's Ministry of Culture, which restricts access to prevent damage from tourism and development. Overflights remain the primary method for experiencing these ancient creations in their intended form, a perspective that places modern viewers in the same elevated position their creators somehow achieved over 1,500 years ago. What emerges from the Nazca lines isn't one answer but a convergence of purposes. They served astronomical observation, marked water sources, created ceremonial pathways, and demonstrated technological capabilities that challenge our assumptions about pre-Columbian civilizations. Each theory contains truth, but the complete picture remains as vast and mysterious as the desert that holds these ancient signatures. The lines continue revealing secrets to those patient enough to listen. The unsolved riddle of the Antikythera mechanism. In 1901, sponge divers working the waters off the Greek island of Antikythera pulled something from an ancient Roman shipwreck that would confound experts for over a century. Among the marble statues and amphorae lay a corroded bronze mechanism so sophisticated that when scholars first examined it, they dismissed it as a medieval astrolabe that had somehow contaminated the site. The alternative was too unsettling to consider: that ancient Greeks had created computational technology that wouldn't be seen again until the Renaissance. What those divers had discovered was a machine that calculated the movements of celestial bodies with breathtaking precision. Gears meshed within gears, bronze wheels turned in harmony, and astronomical calculations that would challenge modern computers were encoded in metal over 2,000 years ago. The Antikythera mechanism stands as perhaps the most jarring example of advanced ancient technology we've ever recovered, a device that shouldn't exist according to our understanding of technological progression. For decades, the mechanism sat in museums, its true purpose hidden beneath centuries of marine incrustation. Scholars knew it was significant, but the extent of its sophistication only became clear as modern imaging technology peeled back the layers of corrosion. What they found defied everything we thought we knew about ancient Greek engineering capabilities. This wasn't just a calendar or a simple astronomical tool. It was an analog computer that could predict eclipses, track the 4-year cycle of the Olympic Games, and model the irregular orbit of the moon with mathematical precision that wouldn't be achieved again until Kepler's work in the 17th century. The mechanism contained at least 37 meshing bronze gears, possibly more that have been lost to time and the sea. These weren't crude metalwork, they were precision-engineered components with tooth counts chosen specifically for their mathematical properties. The main gear had 223 teeth, corresponding to the Saros cycle used to predict eclipses. Another had 254 teeth, relating to the lunar calendar. Every gear ratio served a purpose in the vast computational symphony of celestial mechanics. When researchers first suggested the device could predict eclipses, the archaeological community resisted. Eclipse prediction required understanding of complex astronomical cycles that we assumed ancient peoples couldn't grasp. Yet here was physical proof, recovered from a shipwreck dated to sometime between 70–50 BCE, that someone in the ancient world had not only understood these cycles, but had mechanized them into a working computer. The implications ripple outward like stones thrown into still water. If the Greeks possessed this level of technological sophistication, what else might have been lost? The Antikythera mechanism likely wasn't unique. References in ancient texts suggest similar devices existed, though none have survived. Cicero wrote of instruments made by Archimedes that could show the motions of the sun, moon, and planets. Suddenly, these weren't metaphorical descriptions of simple armillary spheres, they were references to sophisticated calculating machines. Recent analysis has revealed even more startling capabilities. The mechanism didn't just track celestial movements, it incorporated the Greeks' understanding that the moon's orbit was elliptical, causing its motion to speed up and slow down. This variation, known as the first lunar anomaly, was accounted for in the gear ratios with mathematical elegance. The ancient creators had solved problems in theoretical astronomy that wouldn't be formally addressed again until the work of Hipparchus and Apollonius. Perhaps most remarkably, the device appears to have been manufactured, not crafted as a one-off creation. Tool marks suggest the components were made using techniques of mass production, implying there was an industry around these computational devices. We may be looking at evidence of an ancient tradition of precision engineering that was somehow lost, taking with it knowledge that wouldn't be rediscovered for over a millennium. The sophistication extends to the user interface. Bronze dials displayed the outputs of the internal calculations, with pointers indicating the positions of celestial bodies and inscriptions explaining the significance of different settings. This wasn't a device for priests or astronomers alone. It was designed for educated users who needed to understand celestial timing for agricultural, religious, or navigational purposes. The ancient Greeks had created user-friendly technology. Carbon dating and analysis of the ship's other artifacts placed the mechanism's creation in a fascinating historical window. This was the period when Greek astronomical knowledge was at its peak, when scholars in places like Rhodes and Alexandria were pushing the boundaries of mathematical astronomy. The island of Rhodes, where evidence suggests the mechanism may have been created, was home to Hipparchus, whose astronomical work provided the theoretical foundation for the device's calculations. Yet for all our analysis, mysteries remain. How widespread was this technology? Were there workshops across the Greek world producing such devices? The precision required to cut the gear teeth suggests sophisticated metalworking techniques that we don't fully understand. Modern attempts to recreate the mechanism require computer-controlled machinery, yet ancient craftsmen achieved the same precision using hand tools and techniques that have been lost to time. The device also raises questions about the continuity of knowledge. Roman writers make few references to such sophisticated mechanical computers. Despite their conquest of the Greek world where this technology originated, was the knowledge deliberately suppressed, lost through neglect, or destroyed by circumstances we can't reconstruct? The Byzantine Empire, inheritor of Greek learning, produced astronomical instruments but nothing approaching the Antikythera mechanism's computational complexity. Recent discoveries have added new dimensions to the mystery. Fragments previously thought to be unrelated have been identified as parts of the mechanism, suggesting it was even more complex than originally believed. Some researchers propose it may have tracked the positions of all 5 planets known to ancient astronomers, making it a complete model of the cosmos as the Greeks understood it. The Antikythera mechanism stands as a bronze testament to the sophistication of ancient minds, challenging our assumptions about technological progress and the linear development of human knowledge. In its corroded gears lies a reminder that civilizations can achieve remarkable heights of understanding, and that such achievements can slip away, leaving only tantalizing traces for future generations to discover and wonder about. This ancient computer continues revealing its secrets more than a century after its discovery, each analysis deepening the mystery of what our ancestors knew and what we've forgotten. Legend of the Lost City of Z. In April 1925, Colonel Percy Harrison Fawcett sent his final telegram from the edge of the Brazilian wilderness. 3 words haunted that message: hope to return. He never did. What consumed this decorated British explorer wasn't gold or glory, it was something far more intriguing. Deep within the Amazon, Fawcett believed he'd found evidence of a sophisticated civilization that shouldn't exist according to everything we thought we knew about pre-Columbian South America. Fawcett called it the City of Z. Though his reasoning went far beyond romantic adventure stories, this was a man who'd spent decades mapping uncharted territories for the Royal Geographical Society, someone whose survival instincts had been honed through years of facing jaguars, hostile tribes, and diseases that claimed lesser explorers. When Fawcett spoke of Z, he did so with the measured confidence of a scientist, not the wild enthusiasm of a treasure hunter. The foundation of his obsession lay in a Portuguese document from 1753, discovered in the archives of Rio de Janeiro's National Library. The manuscript described a Bandeirante expedition that had stumbled upon ruins of extraordinary sophistication hidden in the Mato Grosso. According to the account, stone buildings rose in perfect geometric patterns, decorated with hieroglyphs that resembled nothing from known indigenous cultures. The explorers described wide plazas, multi-story structures, and evidence of engineering that seemed impossible for its supposed age. What made Fawcett's theory particularly compelling was how it aligned with modern archaeological discoveries we're only beginning to understand today. Satellite imagery and LiDAR technology have revealed that the Amazon basin once supported far more complex civilizations than previously imagined. Terra Preta, or Amazonian dark earth, suggests intensive agriculture across areas we once thought were pristine wilderness. These weren't small tribal settlements. Evidence points to urban centers supporting hundreds of thousands of people. Fawcett's research had led him to believe that Z represented the heart of this lost civilization. He theorized that ancient Amazonians had developed sophisticated urban planning, advanced metallurgy, and agricultural techniques that sustained large populations without destroying the forest ecosystem. The city, he argued, would prove that complex civilization in South America predated European arrival by centuries, perhaps millennia. The colonel's academic credentials made his claims impossible to dismiss outright. He'd served as a boundary surveyor between Bolivia and Brazil, work that required precise geographical knowledge and cultural sensitivity. Local indigenous groups respected him, sharing stories and geographical knowledge they rarely offered to outsiders. Several tribal elders had described ruins matching the Portuguese document, always located in regions no European had successfully mapped. But Fawcett's final expedition revealed the razor's edge between discovery and disaster that defines all great explorations. Accompanied by his eldest son Jack and Jack's friend Raleigh Ramel, the trio disappeared into the Amazon's green heart in May 1925. Their planned route would take them through territories controlled by indigenous groups, with legitimate grievances against European intrusion. Disease, dangerous wildlife, and the simple logistics of survival in one of Earth's most challenging environments made their journey extraordinarily risky. Search efforts began almost immediately after Fawcett's planned return date passed. The Royal Geographical Society funded multiple rescue expeditions, but the Amazon proved as unforgiving to rescuers as it had to the original party. Some search teams found traces, a nameplate here, fragments of equipment there, but nothing conclusive enough to determine Fawcett's fate or validate his theories about Z. Indigenous accounts of the expedition's end varied dramatically. Some tribes claimed the explorers had died of disease. Others suggested they'd been killed defending themselves against hostile groups. A few whispered that Fawcett had found what he sought and chosen to remain, adopting indigenous ways and abandoning his European identity entirely. Each story contained enough specific detail to seem plausible, yet contradicted the others completely. The mystery deepened when researchers discovered that Fawcett had deliberately provided false coordinates to potential followers. His published writings and private papers revealed different routes entirely, suggesting he'd intentionally obscured Z's location to prevent a gold rush that would destroy both the archaeological evidence and indigenous communities in the region. This protective instinct aligned with his genuine respect for Amazonian cultures, but it also meant that even his most detailed public accounts couldn't guide searchers to his actual destination. Modern expeditions continue searching for both Fawcett and Z, armed with technologies the colonel could never have imagined. Ground-penetrating radar has identified anomalous structures buried beneath centuries of jungle growth. Carbon dating of pottery shards and tool fragments confirms sophisticated metallurgy and agriculture in regions once thought uninhabitable. Perhaps most intriguingly, genetic analysis of indigenous populations reveals mixing patterns that suggest much more complex migration and settlement histories than previously understood. The Kuhikugu site, discovered in the 1990s, demonstrates exactly the kind of lost Amazonian civilization Fawcett had theorized. Covering nearly 5,000 square kilometers, Kuhikugu supported an estimated 50,000 people through sophisticated aquaculture and forest management. The settlement's geometric earthworks, elevated causeways, and integrated agricultural systems match descriptions from the Portuguese document that originally inspired Fawcett's quest. Recent LiDAR surveys have revealed geometric earthworks and settlement patterns across vast areas of the Amazon basin, suggesting that Z might not have been unique, but rather one node in a network of interconnected urban centers. These discoveries validate Fawcett's core thesis that complex civilization flourished in pre-Columbian Amazonia, even as his specific city remains elusive. Whether Z exists as Fawcett envisioned, a single magnificent city preserving advanced knowledge, or represents something more distributed across the landscape, continues to drive archaeological research. The Colonel's conviction that indigenous Amazonians possessed sophisticated knowledge deserving of respect rather than conquest has proven remarkably prescient. His willingness to risk everything for that principle, whether foolishly romantic or nobly scientific, transformed him from explorer into legend. The Amazon keeps its secrets carefully, revealing them only to those who approach with proper respect for both its dangers and its inhabitants. Perhaps Fawcett understood this better than his contemporaries realized. Perhaps Zo was never meant to be found by those seeking conquest, rather than understanding. Atlantis, truth or myth? 3 different teams of marine archaeologists have discovered underwater ruins in locations separated by thousands of miles. Yet each site displays identical construction techniques that predate known maritime civilizations by millennia. When pressed for explanations, leading experts in underwater archaeology have grown notably quiet. The name alone carries weight that transcends academic discussion. Atlantis. For over 2 millennia, this single word has sparked expeditions, funded research projects, and divided scholarly opinion like few other mysteries in human history. Yet somewhere between Hollywood spectacle and serious archaeological inquiry lies a question that refuses to disappear. What if Plato wasn't creating fiction when he described a lost civilization of unprecedented sophistication? The conventional narrative places Atlantis firmly in the realm of philosophical allegory. Around 360 BCE, the Greek philosopher Plato introduced the world to this maritime empire through his dialogues Timaeus and Critias. According to orthodox interpretation, he crafted Atlantis as a cautionary tale about hubris and moral decay, a fictional society that served his philosophical arguments about ideal governance and the dangers of unchecked power. This explanation satisfies many scholars, and for good reason. Plato had a documented history of using elaborate fictional scenarios to illustrate complex ideas. The Republic's allegory of the cave stands as perhaps the most famous example of his willingness to construct detailed imaginary situations for pedagogical purposes. Why should Atlantis be any different? The details Plato provides seem almost suspiciously precise for pure invention. He describes an island nation larger than Libya and Asia combined, positioned beyond the Pillars of Hercules in what we now call the Atlantic Ocean. The Atlanteans possessed advanced metallurgy, sophisticated agriculture, and naval technology that allowed them to project power across vast distances. Their capital featured concentric rings of water and land, connected by bridges and protected by walls covered in brass, tin, and orichalcum, a mysterious metal Plato claims was more precious than gold. Then comes the timeline. Plato dates Atlantis's destruction to 9,000 years before his own era, placing the catastrophe around 9,600 BCE. This timing coincides remarkably with the end of the last ice age, a period of dramatic climate change, rising sea levels, and mass extinctions that fundamentally reshaped human civilization. Modern geology supports the possibility of such catastrophic events. The Younger Dryas period, lasting from approximately 12,900 to 11,700 years ago, witnessed rapid climate fluctuations that could have submerged coastal civilizations beneath rising seas. archaeological evidence increasingly suggests that complex human societies existed much earlier than previously believed, making Plato's timeline less implausible than it once seemed. Consider the source of Plato's information. He claims the story came from Solon, Athens' legendary lawgiver, who learned it from Egyptian priests during his travels. These priests allegedly maintained records spanning thousands of years, preserved in temple archives that chronicled events long forgotten by other cultures. If accurate, this chain of transmission suggests Atlantis wasn't Plato's invention, but rather his recording of an ancient historical account. Egyptian chronologies do extend far into prehistory, often describing civilizations and events that mainstream scholarship dismisses as mythological. Yet recent archaeological discoveries have validated aspects of Egyptian historical records once considered purely legendary. The existence of the Hyksos rulers, the reality of certain pharaohs, and the accuracy of various astronomical observations recorded by Egyptian priests have been confirmed through independent evidence. The underwater discoveries add another layer of complexity. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni monument presents massive stone structures that may be artificial. Near the Bahamas, the Bimini road reveals linear stone formations beneath shallow waters. In the Mediterranean, advanced sonar mapping has identified geometric patterns on the seafloor that don't match known geological processes. None of these sites proves the existence of Atlantis, but collectively, they demonstrate that the ocean floors harbor archaeological evidence of human activity in areas now submerged. If rising sea levels at the end of the Ice Age did destroy coastal civilizations, we should expect to find exactly these kinds of underwater ruins. The metallurgical evidence presents its own puzzles. Plato's mention of orichalcum, dismissed for centuries as pure fantasy, gains credibility as our understanding of ancient metalworking advances. Recent analysis of artifacts from various Bronze Age sites has revealed sophisticated alloys and techniques that challenge assumptions about prehistoric technological capabilities. Some researchers propose specific locations for Atlantis based on Plato's geographical clues. The most compelling arguments focus on areas that experienced dramatic changes at the end of the Ice Age. Doggerland, the landmass that once connected Britain to continental Europe, disappeared beneath the North Sea when glacial ice melted. The Caribbean experienced significant submersion during this same period, potentially erasing large coastal settlements. Others suggest that Plato combined multiple historical memories into a single narrative. The Bronze Age collapse, the eruption of Thera, and various other catastrophes might have merged in folk memory, creating a composite story that Plato then received through Egyptian sources. The skeptical position remains strong. No definitive archaeological evidence confirms the existence of a maritime empire matching Plato's description. The technological achievements he attributes to Atlantis exceed anything known from the prehistoric period. Many details in his account appear designed to contrast with contemporary Athens, suggesting philosophical rather than historical intent. Yet the persistence of the Atlantis question points to something deeper than mere wishful thinking. Across cultures worldwide, flood myths describe advanced civilizations destroyed by rising waters. These stories share structural similarities that extend beyond coincidence, hinting at shared historical memories of actual events. The truth about Atlantis may lie not in proving or disproving Plato's specific account, but in understanding what his story represents. Whether literal history or philosophical allegory, Atlantis embodies humanity's intuition that we are not the first to achieve technological sophistication, that knowledge and civilizations can be lost as well as found, and that the ocean depths may still harbor secrets about our own past. As underwater exploration technology advances and archaeological methods grow more sophisticated, the possibility of discovery remains open. Until then, Atlantis endures as both mystery and mirror, reflecting our deepest questions about human achievement, historical memory, and the civilizations that time may have claimed. The Pyramids of Nubia, Forgotten Wonders. Deep in the Sudanese desert, where golden sand meets crumbling stone, stand over 200 pyramids that most of the world has never heard of. The Nubian pyramids of Nuri, El Karu, and Meroe rise from the landscape like ancient sentinels, their weathered peaks catching the first light of dawn, just as they have for over 2 millennia. Yet while millions flock to see Egypt's famous monuments, these architectural marvels remain largely unknown, visited by fewer people in a year than Giza sees in a single day. The silence surrounding Nubia's pyramids isn't accidental. For decades, political instability and limited access have kept these sites hidden from mainstream archaeology. But perhaps there's something more at work here, something that challenges our fundamental understanding of who built what, when, and why in the ancient world. The Kingdom of Kush, as the ancient world knew Nubia, wasn't simply Egypt's southern neighbor. For nearly a century, from 760 to 656 BCE, Nubian pharaohs ruled both kingdoms, creating an empire that stretched from the Mediterranean to the heart of Africa. These weren't conquered peoples adopting Egyptian customs out of necessity. Archaeological evidence suggests the Nubians had been building sophisticated structures and developing their own monumental traditions long before they ever set foot in Memphis or Thebes. What makes this revelation particularly intriguing is the timeline. While Egypt's pyramid-building era had largely ended by 2100 BCE, the Nubians were just getting started. Their most impressive monuments weren't built until 300 BCE, over 18 centuries later. Yet somehow, working with similar materials and facing comparable engineering challenges, they achieved results, in some cases surpassed their northern predecessors. Dr. Timothy Kendall, who spent decades excavating at El Kuru, discovered something that still puzzles him. The burial chamber of King Tanutamani, one of the last Nubian pharaohs to rule Egypt, contains architectural features that don't appear in any Egyptian tomb. The precision of the stone cutting, the mathematical relationships between the chamber dimensions, and the acoustic properties of the space suggest engineering knowledge that developed independently of Egyptian influence. The Pyramid of King Taharqa at Nuri presents another enigma. At over 160 feet tall, it was the largest pyramid built anywhere in the world for over 13 centuries. The sophistication of its internal structure rivals anything at Giza, yet it was constructed using techniques that appear nowhere in the Egyptian archaeological record. The entrance passage descends at a precise 26-degree angle, leading to a series of chambers arranged in a pattern that seems to mirror certain star configurations visible from Nubian latitudes, but not from Egypt. Recent laser scanning of the Meroe pyramids has revealed internal voids and passages that don't match any known Egyptian design. Some chambers appear to have been sealed from the inside, suggesting construction methods that remain mysterious. The precision required to create these internal spaces while building upward with massive stone blocks pushes the boundaries of what we thought possible with ancient technology. The mortuary temple of Queen Amanishakheto at Meroe yielded treasure that stunned archaeologists in the 1830s. Gold jewelry of extraordinary craftsmanship, featuring techniques that wouldn't reappear in Africa for over 1,000 years. But here's what's truly puzzling. Isotopic analysis of the gold reveals it came from sources that haven't been identified. The nearest known gold deposits that match this signature are over 800 miles away, across terrain that would have presented enormous logistical challenges for ancient transport networks. The artistic style found in Nubian pyramid complexes blends Egyptian, Greek, Roman, and distinctly African elements in ways that shouldn't work together, yet somehow create a cohesive aesthetic. Religious texts carved into temple walls reference deities unknown in Egyptian mythology, suggesting theological traditions that developed in parallel to, rather than in imitation of, northern beliefs. Carbon dating of organic materials from pyramid sites consistently returns dates that cluster around specific periods, suggesting coordinated building campaigns of enormous scope. The resources required would have rivaled those needed for Egypt's greatest monuments, yet there's no clear evidence of the massive workforce infrastructure that made Egyptian pyramid construction possible. No workers' villages, no evidence of the elaborate supply chains that fed and housed thousands of laborers for decades. The Nubian pyramids were built steeper than their Egyptian counterparts, with base-to-height ratios that create different internal geometries. Recent analysis suggests these proportions weren't chosen for aesthetic reasons, but may have been calculated to achieve specific acoustic effects. Standing in certain positions within the burial chambers, whispered words become amplified and distorted in ways that early visitors described as otherworldly. Modern satellite archaeology has revealed the true extent of Nubian pyramid construction. Ground-penetrating radar indicates dozens of additional structures buried beneath centuries of sand drift. The scale of these hidden complexes suggests the known pyramids may represent only a fraction of what was actually built. Each new discovery raises fresh questions about the resources, knowledge, and motivation behind this extraordinary building campaign. The political implications of Nubian architectural achievement extend beyond archaeology. If these monuments demonstrate engineering capabilities that matched or exceeded those of their northern neighbors, it challenges colonial-era narratives about African technological development. The sophistication evident in Nubian pyramid construction suggests advanced mathematical understanding, complex logistics, and artistic traditions that developed independently of Mediterranean influence. What's perhaps most remarkable is how quickly this knowledge was lost. By 400 CE, the techniques used to build the Great Pyramids at Nuri and Meroe had vanished completely from the archaeological record. No gradual decline, no simplified later examples, just sudden absence. The cultural continuity that might explain this transition seems to have been severed, leaving modern researchers to reverse engineer construction methods from the monuments themselves. The desert wind that blows across these forgotten pyramids carries secrets that mainstream archaeology is only beginning to acknowledge. Each grain of sand that shifts reveals new questions about who built these monuments, how they acquired their knowledge, and why their achievements have remained hidden for so long. Standing among the pyramids of Meroe, as the sun sets over the Nubian desert, one can't help but wonder what other architectural marvels lie buried beneath the sand, waiting to rewrite our understanding of the ancient world. The Voynich manuscript's Unbreakable Code. When Yale University's Bimini Library acquired a peculiar medieval manuscript in 1969, their catalogers faced something unprecedented. The 240-page vellum codex contained an elegant script that resembled no known language, accompanied by illustrations so bizarre they seemed to emerge from another realm entirely. What troubled the experts wasn't just that they couldn't read it, it was that the text appeared to follow linguistic rules that shouldn't exist. The manuscript bears the name of Wilfrid Voynich, the Polish book dealer who purchased it from the Jesuit Mondragoni College in 1912. Voynich believed he'd acquired a treasure of medieval science, perhaps the lost writings of Roger Bacon or some other forgotten scholar. He spent years showing it to linguists, cryptographers, and historians, each encounter deepening the mystery rather than solving it. Carbon dating places the vellum between 1404 and 1438, situating it in the early Renaissance when manuscript illumination reached extraordinary heights. Yet nothing about this codex fits the period. The text flows in an alien script that seems to dance between familiar letter forms and complete abstraction. Some characters echo Latin letters, others resemble Arabic numerals, but taken together they form something entirely unprecedented. The illustrations prove even more perplexing. Botanical sections display plants that exist nowhere in nature, flowers with impossible geometries, roots that twist into architectural patterns, leaves that seem to pulse with their own rhythm. Astronomical diagrams show celestial wheels populated by nude figures, their purposes lost to interpretation. One section depicts what appear to be bathing scenes, with women immersed in pools connected by elaborate plumbing systems that suggest knowledge of hydraulic engineering. During World War II, the manuscript captured the attention of William Friedman, the cryptographer who would later help crack the Enigma code. Friedman gathered a team of specialists, certain that systematic analysis would unlock its secrets. They mapped every character, cataloged every word pattern, applied frequency analysis techniques that had proven successful against other cipher systems. The result frustrated them completely. The text exhibited statistical properties of natural language while remaining utterly incomprehensible. The patterns within the script suggest a sophisticated linguistic structure. Words follow consistent spelling rules, appear in predictable frequencies, and cluster around the illustrations in ways that imply meaningful relationships. Some terms repeat throughout the manuscript in contexts that hint at their importance. Yet every attempt to assign meaning to these recurring elements leads to linguistic dead ends. Recent computational analysis has only deepened the enigma. Digital mapping reveals that the text's entropy, its measure of randomness, falls within the range of natural languages rather than artificial codes. This discovery effectively eliminated the possibility that the manuscript represents simple cipher encryption. If someone created a hoax, they possessed an understanding of linguistic statistics that predated its formal study by centuries. University of Arizona researchers conducted detailed chemical analysis of the inks and pigments, confirming that all materials date to the early 15th century. No modern elements contaminate the composition, ruling out more recent forgery. The vellum itself shows aging patterns consistent with its apparent age, while the ink has oxidized in ways that would be nearly impossible to fake convincingly. Professor Andreas Schinner's recent statistical analysis identified patterns suggesting the manuscript might encode multiple languages or represent some form of constructed script. His team found that character sequences follow mathematical distributions similar to those in real languages, yet the underlying vocabulary resists every decryption attempt. The text seems to occupy an impossible space between meaningful communication and elaborate nonsense. Several theories attempt to explain the manuscript's origins. Some scholars propose it represents the work of a medieval alchemist, encoding scientific knowledge in deliberately obscure symbols to protect dangerous secrets. Others suggest it might document the botanical discoveries of some forgotten explorer, describing flora from regions yet to be mapped by European science. The most intriguing possibility involves the manuscript's potential connection to lost philosophical traditions. Medieval scholars often developed private notational systems for recording observations that challenged orthodox thinking. If the Voynich manuscript preserves such a system, it might contain insights into aspects of medieval science we've never encountered. Gordon Rugg of Kiel University proposed that the entire codex represents an elaborate confidence scheme, a meaningless document designed to appear valuable to potential buyers. Rugg demonstrated that medieval scribes could have generated the text using simple tools and random selection methods. Yet this explanation fails to account for the manuscript's internal consistency and the sophisticated understanding of linguistic principles its creation would have required. Recent analysis has identified what appear to be marginalia in the manuscript's final pages, faint annotations that might represent later attempts at translation. These notations, barely visible under standard lighting, include fragmentized Latin words and mysterious symbols that don't appear in the main text. They suggest that previous owners grappled with the same mysteries that perplex modern scholars. The manuscript's journey through history adds layers to its enigma. After leaving Mondragone College, it passed through the hands of various collectors, each convinced they could unlock its secrets. Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II allegedly purchased it for 600 gold ducats, an enormous sum that suggests either extraordinary perceived value or successful deception. What makes the Voynich manuscript particularly unsettling is how it seems to anticipate modern knowledge while remaining rooted in medieval presentation. The botanical illustrations hint at cellular structures and systematic classification that wouldn't emerge in European science for centuries. The astronomical diagrams suggest awareness of cosmic relationships that challenge our understanding of medieval cosmology. Today, the manuscript rests in Yale's climate-controlled archives, available to researchers but yielding no final answers. Each new analytical technique reveals additional layers of complexity without bringing us closer to comprehension. Digital preservation efforts have made every page accessible to global scholarship, yet the text remains as mysterious as when Voynich first encountered it. Perhaps the manuscript's greatest mystery isn't what it says, but why it continues to resist understanding despite centuries of scholarly attention. In an age when computer algorithms can decode ancient scripts and reveal lost languages, this single codex stands as a reminder that some human creations transcend our analytical tools, preserving their secrets across the centuries, like whispered conversations in a language we've forgotten how to hear. The Anunnaki. Gods, aliens, or fiction. When archaeologist Sir Leonard Woolley unearthed the royal tombs of Ur in 1922, he discovered something that would perplex scholars for generations. Among the golden artifacts and elaborate burial chambers lay thousands of cuneiform tablets, their wedge-shaped script telling stories of beings called the Anunnaki, gods who descended from the heavens to walk among humanity. What Woolley couldn't have anticipated was how these ancient texts would spark one of the most contentious debates in alternative archaeology. The Sumerian tablets speak with startling consistency about these mysterious figures. According to the cuneiform records, the Anunnaki were a pantheon of deities who ruled over ancient Mesopotamia, their influence shaping the very foundations of human civilization. But here's where conventional archaeology meets its most persistent challenge. These weren't distant, ethereal gods dwelling in some mystical realm. The texts describe them as physical beings with specific roles, hierarchies, and remarkably human-like behaviors. Sumerian scholar Zecharia Sitchin spent decades translating these tablets in the 1970s and 80s, arriving at conclusions that sent shockwaves through both academic and popular circles. According to his interpretation, the Anunnaki weren't gods at all, but extraterrestrial visitors who arrived on Earth approximately 450,000 years ago. Sitchin claimed the tablets described these beings as coming from Nibiru, a mysterious 12th planet with an elliptical orbit that brings it into our solar system every 3,600 years. The translated texts present a narrative that reads more like science fiction than ancient mythology. The Anunnaki allegedly came to Earth seeking gold, which they needed to repair their planet's deteriorating atmosphere. When the laborious mining work became too burdensome, they supposedly created a hybrid species by combining their DNA with that of primitive hominids, creating modern humans as a workforce. This interpretation hinges on specific Sumerian words and their meanings. The term Anunnaki itself translates roughly to those who from heaven to earth came. The tablets speak of their leader, Enlil, and his half-brother Enki, who supposedly disagreed about humanity's fate. Enki, according to these texts, warned the Sumerian hero Utnapishtim of a coming flood, leading to the survival story that would later echo in various flood myths across cultures. But here's where the scholarly community draws sharp battle lines. Mesopotamian experts like Michael Heiser argue that Sitchin's translations contain fundamental errors. They contend that the Sumerian word Nephilim, which Sitchin translates as those who came down, actually means giants in its proper Hebrew context. The academic consensus maintains that the Anunnaki were simply part of the Mesopotamian religious pantheon, representing natural forces and societal structures rather than flesh and blood visitors. Yet the mystery deepens when we examine what the ancient Sumerians achieved. This civilization appeared seemingly overnight around 3,500 BCE, with fully developed writing, complex mathematics, advanced metallurgy, and sophisticated astronomical knowledge. They knew about planets that weren't rediscovered until the invention of modern telescopes. Their medical texts describe surgical procedures that wouldn't be attempted again until the 20th century. The Sumerian creation myth, the Enuma Elish, describes cosmic events with disturbing astronomical accuracy. It speaks of planetary collisions that match theoretical models of early solar system formation. The tablets detail the Anunnaki's knowledge of genetics, describing the creation process of humans in terms that eerily parallel modern understanding of DNA manipulation. Archaeological evidence adds another layer to this puzzle. Ancient Mesopotamian cylinder seals depict tall figures interacting with humans, often showing beings that appear distinctly different from the human figures around them. Some seals show what appear to be astronomical diagrams, including depictions of our solar system with celestial bodies arranged in ways that shouldn't have been known to ancient civilizations. The timeline presented in the Sumerian king lists adds another element of intrigue. These lists record the reigns of kings before a great flood, with some rulers supposedly living for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, the recorded lifespans suddenly drop to more human-like durations. Traditional historians dismiss these extended reigns as mythological exaggeration, but some researchers wonder if they represent a different understanding of time measurement, or perhaps something else entirely. Modern geneticists have discovered puzzling gaps in human evolution that some argue support intervention theories. The rapid advancement of human brain capacity between 200,000 and 50,000 years ago represents an evolutionary leap that some find difficult to explain through natural selection alone. While mainstream science attributes this to environmental pressures and genetic drift, alternative researchers point to it as potential evidence of genetic manipulation. The influence of Anunnaki lore extends far beyond academic debates. These stories have inspired countless books, documentaries, and theories about humanity's origins. The History Channel's Ancient Aliens series frequently explores Anunnaki connections, while researchers like Eric von Daniken have built entire careers around similar theories of ancient astronaut visitation. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect isn't whether the Anunnaki were aliens, gods, or purely fictional. It's why this particular interpretation resonates so strongly with modern audiences. In an age of space exploration and genetic engineering, the idea that advanced beings might have visited Earth and influenced human development feels less fantastical than it might have a century ago. The tablets themselves remain in museums around the world, their cuneiform inscriptions waiting for new generations of translators and interpreters. Each new archaeological discovery in Mesopotamia brings fresh perspectives to these ancient narratives. Recent excavations have uncovered additional tablets and artifacts that continue to challenge our understanding of Sumerian capabilities and knowledge. The Anunnaki mystery embodies humanity's eternal questions about our origins and our place in the cosmos. Whether they represent ancient memories of divine encounters, early attempts at extraterrestrial contact, or simply the rich mythological imagination of our ancestors, these stories continue to captivate and challenge us. Perhaps that's precisely what makes them so enduringly powerful. They remind us that even our oldest written records contain mysteries that mock our modern certainties, leaving us to wonder what truths might still lie buried beneath the sands of time. Easter Island Moai, Silent Guardians. When a Dutch admiral named Jacob Roggeveen stepped onto a remote Pacific island on Easter Sunday 1722, he encountered nearly 1,000 stone giants staring inland with hollow eyes. These colossal figures, some weighing up to 80 tons, stood scattered across the landscape like frozen sentinels from another age. What Roggeveen couldn't have known was that he'd stumbled upon one of humanity's most enduring puzzles, a mystery that would challenge our understanding of ancient engineering and spark debates that continue 3 centuries later. The island itself seems impossibly isolated. Rapa Nui, as the Polynesian inhabitants call it, sits more than 2,000 miles from the nearest populated land. It's roughly the size of Manhattan, a tiny speck of volcanic rock lost in the endless Pacific. Yet here, in this remote corner of the world, an ancient civilization managed to carve, transport, and erect monuments that rival anything built by the Egyptians or Romans. The statues themselves defy easy explanation. Known as Moai, these monolithic figures average 13 feet in height, though some tower nearly 40 feet above the ground. Most face inland, their backs turned to the ocean, as if watching over the island's interior with eternal vigilance. Their faces share certain characteristics: elongated features, prominent noses, and those distinctive hollow eye sockets that seem to peer into some distant realm beyond our perception. What strikes researchers most profoundly is the sheer scale of the undertaking. Carbon dating suggests the Moai were carved between 1250 and 1500 CE, during a period when the island's population numbered perhaps 10,000 souls. These weren't people with access to modern machinery or even large domesticated animals. They worked with stone tools, human muscle, and an engineering knowledge that has left modern experts struggling to understand their methods. The quarry site at Rano-Raraku tells perhaps the most compelling part of this story. Here, nearly 400 Moai remain in various stages of completion, some still attached to the bedrock by thin stone umbilicals. Walking through this ancient workshop feels like stepping into a moment frozen in time, as if the carvers simply set down their tools one day and never returned. Some statues lie on their sides, others stand buried up to their necks in centuries of accumulated soil, creating the illusion of disembodied heads dotting the landscape. But the real mystery begins when we consider how these massive sculptures traveled from the quarry to their final positions around the island's perimeter. The largest transported Moai weighs approximately 82 tons. Moving such objects would challenge modern construction crews with heavy machinery. How did a medieval Polynesian society accomplish this feat, using only the materials at hand? Local oral tradition offers an intriguing answer. According to Rapa Nui legend, the Moai walked to their destinations under their own power. For generations, Western researchers dismissed this as primitive superstition, proposing instead that the statues were rolled on logs, dragged on wooden sleds, or transported by other conventional means. The problem with these theories became apparent when archaeologists examined the island's ecology. Easter Island was largely deforested by the time Europeans arrived. If the ancient Rapa Nui had used massive quantities of timber to move their statues, they might have contributed to their own environmental collapse. This possibility gave rise to one of archaeology's most sobering cautionary tales: the idea that Easter Island civilization destroyed itself through resource depletion and ecological mismanagement. Then, in the early 2000s, a team of researchers decided to test the walking theory literally. Using ropes and careful coordination, they demonstrated that a Moai replica could indeed be walked upright, rocking it from side to side while teams of people pulled from different angles. The statue moved forward with a distinctive waddling motion, remaining stable throughout the process. Suddenly, the oral tradition didn't seem so far-fetched. This revelation forced archaeologists to reconsider other aspects of Rapa Nui culture. The statues weren't just impressive sculptures. They were sophisticated examples of ancient engineering, designed specifically for transport. Their center of gravity, their proportions, even their distinctive forward-leaning posture seemed optimized for the walking technique described in local legends. But questions remain about the Moai's deeper purpose. Most scholars believe they represent ancestral figures, powerful chiefs or spiritual leaders who continued to watch over their descendants long after death. The fact that they face inland supports this interpretation. They're not looking out to sea for approaching visitors, but maintaining eternal vigilance over the communities they once led in life. Recent excavations have revealed that many Moai have bodies extending deep underground, complete with intricate petroglyphs carved into their backs and torsos. These hidden elements suggest the statues held meanings and functions that we're only beginning to understand. Some researchers believe they served as territorial markers, defining the boundaries between different clan groups. Others propose they were part of elaborate ceremonial complexes connected to ancestor worship and seasonal rituals. The construction project appears to have continued for centuries, with each generation adding new statues and refining their techniques. The unfinished figures at Rano Raraku suggest this work was interrupted suddenly, possibly by social upheaval, environmental crisis, or the arrival of European diseases that devastated Pacific Island populations. Perhaps most remarkably, the Moai represent just one aspect of Rapa Nui achievement. The same culture that created these monuments also developed a unique writing system called Rongo Rongo, one of only a handful of independent writing systems ever invented in human history. They navigated thousands of miles of open ocean using traditional Polynesian wayfinding techniques, establishing a thriving society on one of Earth's most isolated landmasses. Today, the Moai continue their silent watch over Easter Island, their hollow eyes reflecting changing light as Pacific storms roll overhead. They've witnessed the rise and transformation of their creators' civilization, the arrival of European explorers, and the gradual revelation of their secrets through modern archaeology. Yet for all our technological advances, for all our careful measurements and computer modeling, these ancient guardians still hold mysteries that humble our assumptions about the past. Standing among them at sunrise, when the shadows are long and the tourist groups haven't yet arrived, you can almost sense the weight of centuries in their presence, the accumulated wisdom and ambition of a people who refused to let isolation limit their vision of what was possible. The hidden chambers of the Great Pyramid. In November 2017, an international team of physicists announced something that pyramid researchers had dreamed about for over a century. They had confirmed the existence of a massive void within the Great Pyramid of Giza. Not a crack, not a construction gap, but a space roughly the size of a passenger aircraft, hidden for 4,500 years inside humanity's most studied monument. The discovery came through muon tomography, a technique that uses cosmic rays to peer through solid stone much like X-rays reveal bones beneath flesh. But this wasn't the first hint that the pyramid held secrets beyond its known chambers. For decades, engineers and archaeologists had suspected that what we could see represented only a fraction of what Khufu's architects had actually built. The Great Pyramid has always been a puzzle wrapped in precision. Its construction required moving over 2 million stone blocks, some weighing 15 tons, with an accuracy that still challenges modern engineering. The three known chambers, the King's Chamber, Queen's Chamber, and the unfinished underground chamber seemed too simple for such an elaborate undertaking. Why build the most complex structure in the ancient world just to house 3 relatively modest rooms? The muon scans revealed their answer 30 meters above the Grand Gallery. There, embedded in the heart of the pyramid, lay a void at least 100 feet long. The researchers called it the Big Void, though that clinical name hardly captures the magnitude of what they'd found. This space had remained untouched since the pyramid's completion around 2560 BCE, sealed within millions of tons of limestone and granite. But the Big Void wasn't alone. Earlier scanning had detected smaller anomalies, spaces that didn't belong in the pyramid's solid core. One lies behind the northern face, another near the Queen's Chamber. Each represents a question mark in humanity's oldest architectural mystery. Dr. Mehi Tayubi, one of the project leaders, described the moment when the computer models confirmed what their instruments had been suggesting for months. The void appeared on screen after screen, using different detection methods, from different angles. There was no denying it. They were looking at empty space where none should exist. Yet for all their technological sophistication, the muon scans could only reveal that the voids exist, not what they contain or why they were built. The cosmic ray particles that make muon tomography possible pass through empty spaces more easily than solid stone, creating a shadow that sophisticated detectors can map, but they can't distinguish between an empty chamber and one filled with wooden furniture, papyrus scrolls, or golden treasures. The discovery has rekindled debates that have simmered since Napoleon's scholars first mapped the pyramid's interior in 1798. Some researchers believe these voids represent construction chambers, spaces left empty to reduce the massive weight bearing down on the chambers below. Others point to the precision of the pyramid's known rooms and suggest these hidden spaces served ceremonial or spiritual purposes we don't yet understand. The positioning of the Big Void adds another layer of mystery. It sits directly above the Grand Gallery, that magnificent corbelled passage that rises at a precise 26-degree angle toward the King's Chamber. The Grand Gallery itself defies easy explanation. It's far too elaborate to serve merely as a corridor, with its intricate corbelled ceiling and mysterious slots cut into its walls. Could the void above it mirror this architectural sophistication? Ancient Egyptian texts speak of hidden chambers within royal pyramids, spaces containing the pharaoh's most precious possessions, and the magical implements needed for his journey through the afterlife. The pyramid texts, carved into the walls of later pyramids, reference sealed chambers known only to the gods and the deceased king. Archaeological evidence from other pyramid sites suggests that hidden rooms were not just possible, but probable. Zahi Hawass, Egypt's former Minister of Antiquities, initially expressed skepticism about the findings, but as the evidence mounted, even veteran Egyptologists began considering possibilities they'd previously dismissed. The precision of the muon measurements left little room for error or misinterpretation. The technology behind the discovery reads like science fiction. Muons are elementary particles created when cosmic rays collide with Earth's atmosphere. They rain down on our planet continuously, billions passing through your body every second. Most pass through solid matter almost unimpeded, but dense materials like stone absorb slightly more muons than empty space. By placing sensitive detectors both inside and outside the pyramid, the international team could measure these tiny differences in muon absorption. Empty chambers create distinctive patterns in the cosmic ray flux, signatures that remained invisible until our technology finally evolved enough to read them. The Japanese team contributing to the project had previously used muon tomography to peer inside active volcanoes and study nuclear reactor containments after Fukushima. Applying this technology to archaeology represented a convergence of ancient mysteries and modern physics that would have seemed impossible just decades ago. Yet the most tantalizing discoveries still await. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have suggested additional anomalies that muon scans haven't yet confirmed. Thermal imaging reveals temperature variations in the pyramid stones that hint at empty spaces behind seemingly solid walls. Each new measurement adds pieces to a puzzle that grows more complex rather than clearer. The Egyptian government, understandably cautious about proposals to drill into their most famous monument, has approved only non-invasive investigation methods. The pyramid has survived 45 centuries of earthquakes, treasure hunters, and well-meaning archaeologists. Any exploration of these hidden chambers must ensure it survives centuries more. Robot exploration offers one possibility. Tiny cameras mounted on mechanical serpents could slip through cracks too small for human entry, sending back the first images from spaces sealed since the age of the pharaohs. Such technology has already revealed hidden hieroglyphs in other pyramid passages, proving that even our most studied monuments still guard their secrets. The Big Void waits in absolute darkness, 30 meters above where tourists now walk through the Grand Gallery. Its walls may hold paintings unseen for millennia. Its floor might conceal artifacts that could rewrite our understanding of Old Kingdom burial practices, or it might sit empty, a testament to engineering principles we've forgotten and construction techniques we've yet to rediscover. What secrets lie hidden in these chambers that have remained sealed since human civilization was young? The answers rest within reach of our technology, yet remain tantalizingly beyond our grasp, waiting in the darkness of humanity's greatest monument. The lost civilization of Tartessos. Herodotus called it the richest kingdom beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Roman historians spoke of mountains that wept silver and rivers that carried gold. Yet today, no trace of Tartessos appears on any map. For nearly 3,000 years, archaeologists have searched the marshlands of southern Spain for a civilization that ancient sources insisted rivaled Athens in its glory. What they've found instead are fragments of a puzzle that refuses to complete itself. The first whispers of Tartessos reach us through Phoenician trade records from the 9th century BCE. These merchant accounts describe a kingdom nestled along the Guadalquivir River, where silver was so abundant that ships' anchors were cast from the precious metal rather than bronze. The Phoenicians, master traders of the ancient Mediterranean, established trading posts throughout Tartessos territory, exchanging manufactured goods for the seemingly endless mineral wealth flowing from Iberian mines. Greek sources paint an even more spectacular picture. Herodotus writes of King Arganthonius, who supposedly ruled Tartessos for 80 years and lived to be 120. This monarch welcomed Greek colonists with such generosity that he offered to relocate entire populations to his wealthy realm. The geographer Strabo later described Tartessian ships with silver-plated hulls, their cargo holds heavy with precious metals bound for markets across the known world. Archaeological evidence has proven tantalizingly elusive. In 1958, Spanish archaeologist Adolf Schulten believed he had located the capital city near modern-day Seville. His excavations revealed sophisticated urban planning, advanced metallurgy, and pottery that seemed to bridge Phoenician and indigenous Iberian styles. Yet the settlement he uncovered was smaller than ancient sources suggested, lacking the monumental architecture one might expect from a kingdom that allegedly controlled vast mineral resources. More recent discoveries have complicated the picture further. Near Huelva, archaeologists have unearthed elaborate bronze artifacts dating to the 9th century BCE, their craftsmanship rivaling anything produced in Greece or Phoenicia during the same period. These finds suggest a level of cultural sophistication that supports ancient claims about Tartessian wealth and influence. However, the artifacts appear scattered across multiple sites rather than concentrated in a single urban center, leading some researchers to question whether Tartessos was ever a unified kingdom at all. Dr. Maria Belén of the University of Seville has spent decades analyzing Tartessian material culture. Her research suggests that what ancient sources called Tartessos may have been a confederation of mining settlements and trading posts rather than a traditional centralized state. This theory explains both the archaeological evidence and the historical accounts, a network of wealthy communities sharing similar cultural practices, united by their control of Iberian mineral resources rather than by a single royal authority. The question of Tartessian writing adds another layer of mystery. Several stone inscriptions have been discovered throughout southern Spain, carved in what appears to be a unique script related to but distinct from Phoenician alphabets. These Tartessian inscriptions remain largely undeciphered, though linguistic analysis suggests they represent an Indo-European language with possible Celtic influences. One particularly intriguing tablet discovered near Espanca in Portugal contains what may be a funerary text mentioning unknown deities and ritual practices. Ancient sources agree that Tartessos vanished suddenly sometime in the 6th century BCE. Greek historian Ephorus attributed the civilization's disappearance to Carthaginian expansion, suggesting that Carthage deliberately destroyed Tartessos to eliminate competition for Iberian mineral wealth. This theory aligns with known Carthaginian policies in other regions, where they systematically displaced rival trading networks to establish monopolistic control. However, environmental factors may have played an equally significant role. Geological studies of the Guadalquivir River Delta indicate dramatic changes in water levels and sedimentation patterns during the 6th century BCE. These shifts could have made river navigation impossible, cutting Tartessian mining operations off from Mediterranean trade routes. Without access to external markets, even the wealthiest mining communities would have faced economic collapse. Recent underwater archaeological surveys have identified submerged structures near the mouth of the Guadalquivir that could represent Tartessian port facilities. These preliminary findings suggest that coastal settlements may have been gradually inundated as sea levels rose and river channels shifted. If confirmed, this evidence would support theories that natural disasters contributed to or accelerated Tartessos' decline. The civilization's cultural legacy persisted long after its political disappearance. Roman authors continued to reference Tartessian agricultural techniques and mining methods centuries after the kingdom itself had vanished. Archaeological evidence shows that many Tartessian settlements were eventually reoccupied by Roman colonists, who apparently adapted existing infrastructure and production methods to serve imperial needs. Perhaps most intriguingly, genetic studies of modern Andalusian populations have revealed unexpected diversity patterns that suggest significant population movements during the 6th century BCE. These findings align with historical accounts describing Tartessian refugees fleeing to other parts of Iberia following their homeland's destruction or abandonment. The search for Tartessos continues to evolve with advancing technology. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have identified promising subsurface anomalies throughout the Guadalquivir Valley, while satellite imagery analysis has revealed ancient field patterns and possible road networks invisible from ground level. Each new technique offers fresh possibilities for locating definitive evidence of Tartessian urban centers. What emerges from decades of investigation is neither the magnificent kingdom described by ancient historians, nor the complete fabrication suggested by earlier skeptics. Instead, we glimpse a sophisticated Bronze Age civilization that controlled crucial mineral resources and developed complex trading relationships across the Mediterranean world. Whether Tartessos existed as a unified political entity or a network of allied communities, its influence on ancient Mediterranean commerce appears undeniable. The ultimate fate of this lost civilization remains an open question. Did Carthaginian aggression destroy a rival power? Did environmental catastrophes force mass migrations? Or did changing economic conditions simply render traditional mining and trading practices obsolete? Each possibility carries implications for understanding how ancient civilizations responded to external pressures and internal challenges. Somewhere beneath the marshes and olive groves of Andalusia, the answers wait. Every fragment of pottery, every corroded bronze artifact, every undeciphered inscription brings us closer to reconstructing a world that vanished 25 centuries ago, leaving only whispers in ancient texts and shadows beneath Spanish soil. Ancient Sumerian star maps. When modern astronomers first decoded ancient Sumerian cuneiform tablets in the early 1900s, they expected to find primitive observations of the night sky, basic records of lunar cycles, perhaps seasonal markers for agriculture. What they discovered instead left them questioning everything they thought they knew about the dawn of human civilization. These weren't crude star charts scratched by nomadic tribes. The Sumerians possessed astronomical knowledge that rivals our modern understanding, knowledge that by all conventional timelines, they shouldn't have had for another 3,000 years. The tablets speak of planetary orbits with mathematical precision, describe constellations invisible to the naked eye, and reference celestial bodies that weren't officially discovered until the invention of powerful telescopes. The question that haunts researchers isn't just how the Sumerians knew these things, it's who or what taught them. In 1849, archaeologist Austin Henry Layard unearthed thousands of clay tablets from the ancient library of Nineveh. Among them were texts that would fundamentally challenge our understanding of early human knowledge. The tablets contained star catalogs listing over 8,000 celestial objects, complete with their positions, movements, and cycles. To put this in perspective, the Greeks, who we credit with founding astronomy, documented fewer than 1,000 stars, and they came 2,000 years later. But the real shock came when scholars began translating the mathematical calculations embedded within these astronomical records. The Sumerians used a sexagesimal system, base 60, the same system we still use today for measuring time and angles. Their calculations for planetary orbits matched modern measurements with startling accuracy. They knew that Earth completed its rotation in 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds, just 3 seconds off from our current measurement, using atomic clocks. Dr. Hermann Hunger, a leading expert in ancient astronomy at the University of Vienna, spent decades studying these tablets. His conclusion was both fascinating and deeply unsettling. The level of mathematical sophistication required for these calculations exceeds what we believed possible for Bronze Age civilizations. The precision suggests access to observational data spanning centuries, possibly millennia. The tablets describe something called the Path of Anu, a celestial highway that divides the sky into 3 distinct zones. Each zone contains specific constellations and their associated deities. What makes this extraordinary is that the Sumerians mapped stars and planetary movements across the entire celestial sphere, something that should have been impossible without modern instruments. They knew about Uranus and Neptune, planets invisible to the naked eye and not officially discovered until 1781 and 1846 respectively. They described Pluto's orbital characteristics with remarkable accuracy, calling it the planet at the edge of the world. They even seemed aware of our solar system's position within the Milky Way galaxy, knowledge that eluded astronomers until the 20th century. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of these star maps isn't what they contain. It's how the Sumerians claim to have acquired this knowledge. According to their own texts, the information came from the Anunnaki, beings they described as those who from heaven came to earth. These weren't metaphysical deities dwelling in abstract realms. The tablets describe them with the precision of historical records, physical beings who arrived from the stars and shared their knowledge with early humans. The epic poetry of ancient Sumeria tells of Enki, one of these Anunnaki, teaching humans the mysteries of the cosmos. The texts describe how he showed them the dancing of the wandering stars and revealed the hidden paths of the night sky. Modern translations suggest this wasn't mythology. It reads like technical documentation of knowledge transfer. Zecharia Sitchin, the controversial scholar who spent his career translating Sumerian texts, argued that these weren't religious allegories but historical accounts. His translations describe advanced beings arriving from a distant planet called Nibiru, a world following a 600-year elliptical orbit around our sun. While mainstream academia dismisses Sitchin's interpretations, the mathematical precision of Sumerian astronomy remains unexplained through conventional channels. Recent discoveries have only deepened the mystery. In 2008, researchers at the University of Baghdad uncovered additional tablets containing what appears to be a comprehensive star catalog. The tablets include detailed observations of solar and lunar eclipses, complete with prediction algorithms that remained accurate for centuries. They describe the precession of the equinoxes, a 26,000-year cycle that wasn't rediscovered in the West until Hipparchus in 130 BCE. Dr. Francesca Rochberg, a historian of ancient science at UC Berkeley, offers a more cautious perspective. While the sophistication of Sumerian astronomy is undeniable, we must consider that these civilizations had centuries of careful observation. Patient recording of celestial patterns could, theoretically, produce such accuracy. Yet even she admits that the mathematical framework underlying their calculations suggests influences beyond simple observation. The tablets also contain references to cosmic events that wouldn't occur again for thousands of years. They describe planetary alignments and stellar phenomena with the confidence of witnessed events. Some researchers suggest this indicates access to astronomical records spanning far longer than the known history of Sumerian civilization. What troubles conventional historians isn't just the advanced nature of this knowledge, it's the complete absence of a developmental timeline. The Sumerians appear in the historical record around 4500 BCE, with fully formed writing, mathematics, astronomy, and urban planning. There's no evidence of gradual development, no primitive stages of learning. It's as if this knowledge appeared overnight, complete and sophisticated. The question that emerges from these ancient star maps isn't simply about the accuracy of early astronomy. It's about the very nature of human knowledge and how we acquired our understanding of the cosmos. Did the Sumerians develop this wisdom through millennia of patient observation we've lost to time? Did they inherit it from an earlier, unknown civilization? Or were they, as their own texts suggest, taught by visitors from the stars? The clay tablets remain, weathered but persistent, holding their secrets in precise cuneiform script. They continue to challenge our assumptions about the capabilities of ancient peoples and the origins of human knowledge. In their mathematical precision and celestial accuracy, they whisper of possibilities that conventional history cannot yet explain. The Aztalan Mounds, America's ancient monument. In 1837, surveyor Nathaniel Heyer walked across rolling farmland in southern Wisconsin and stumbled upon something that shouldn't have existed. Rising from the prairie were geometric earthen mounds, precisely constructed walls, and ceremonial platforms that spoke of a sophisticated civilization, one that had supposedly never touched this corner of North America. The site he discovered would later be named Aztalan, after the mythical homeland of the Aztecs. But this wasn't about connecting Wisconsin to Mexico through romantic speculation. What Heyer had found was evidence of the northernmost outpost of Mississippian culture, a complex society that had built cities, developed intricate trade networks, and practiced ceremonies we're still trying to understand, then vanished without explanation, sometime around 1300 CE. Today, visitors to Aztalan State Park see carefully maintained mounds and reconstructed stockade walls. What they don't see are the layers of mystery buried beneath their feet, the questions that have puzzled archaeologists for nearly 2 centuries, and the growing evidence that this ancient settlement was far more significant than anyone initially imagined. The first thing that strikes researchers about Aztalan is its location. This wasn't a random place for settlement. The site sits on a natural terrace overlooking the Crawfish River, positioned with clear sight lines across the surrounding landscape. Water access, defensive positions, fertile soil. The practical advantages are obvious, but there's something else, something that becomes apparent only when you study the site's orientation and internal organization. The major mounds align with celestial events. The largest platform mound, rising nearly 16 feet above the surrounding terrain, faces the summer solstice sunrise. The smaller conical mounds track lunar cycles. This wasn't just a village or even a city. It was an observatory, a calendar, and a ceremonial center, all constructed in earth and timber. But here's where Aztalan becomes genuinely puzzling. The people who built this sophisticated complex weren't local. Every piece of archaeological evidence points to immigration, to people arriving from the south and establishing an outpost hundreds of miles from their homeland. The pottery styles, the construction techniques, the agricultural practices, they all originate from the great Mississippian centers along the Mississippi River, places like Cahokia near present-day St. Louis. Why would a people travel so far to build a ceremonial center in what must have been wilderness? The standard archaeological explanation involves trade networks and resource extraction. Wisconsin had copper, chert, and other valuable materials. Aztalan represented a northern trading post, a way station for goods flowing south to the major population centers. That explanation works until you examine what the people of Aztalan were actually doing there. In 1919, archaeologist Samuel Barrett began systematic excavations at the site. What he found challenged comfortable assumptions about ancient Native American life in the upper Midwest. The evidence pointed to practices that were, by any measure, extraordinary. Ritual cremation, carefully staged burials, and architectural features that suggested complex ceremonies involving large gatherings of people. Most unsettling were the bone fragments. Not everything found at Aztalan fit the narrative of a peaceful trading post. Cut marks on human bones, evidence of processing, signs of what anthropologists carefully term mortuary cannibalism. These weren't acts of violence or warfare. They were ceremonial practices, religious rituals that we're only beginning to understand. The people of Aztalan were practicing a form of ancestor veneration that involved consuming the dead. But not just any dead. The processed remains showed careful selection, specific preparation, and ritualized handling that suggests these weren't enemies or victims. They were honored individuals, perhaps religious leaders or family members, whose flesh became part of sacred ceremonies. Modern Native American tribes in the region have no oral traditions connecting them to Aztalan. The site represents a cultural interruption, a chapter of history that ended abruptly and left no direct descendants. When European explorers first mapped the area in the 1600s, the mounds were already ancient, already abandoned, already mysterious. Recent archaeological work has revealed the true scope of what once stood here. Ground-penetrating radar shows the footprints of dozens of structures, most never excavated. The stockade walls, partially reconstructed from post-hole patterns, once enclosed nearly 21 acres. Inside this protected area stood platform mounds, residential areas, ceremonial grounds, and storage facilities that could support a population of several hundred people. But population estimates keep shifting upward as new evidence emerges. The amount of pottery sherds, the size of refuse deposits, the sheer scale of construction, all point to a community that was larger and more active than initially believed. Some researchers now think Aztalan wasn't just an outpost, it was a major regional center in its own right, a place that drew people from across the upper Midwest for ceremonies, trade, and political gatherings. The most recent discoveries add another layer to the mystery. In 2018, university researchers using LiDAR technology identified additional earthworks beyond the main site, subtle ridges and depressions that are invisible from ground level but clearly artificial when viewed from above. These extended features suggest Aztalan was part of a larger complex, a landscape modified across square miles to serve purposes we're still trying to decipher. The timeline of abandonment raises its own questions. Tree ring data and radiocarbon dating place the end of occupation around 1300 CE, coinciding with what archaeologists call the Mississippian collapse. Across the southeastern United States, major population centers were being abandoned, trade networks were breaking down, and complex societies were fragmenting into smaller groups. Climate change played a role. The medieval warm period was ending, growing seasons were shortening, and agricultural systems that had supported large populations were failing. But at Aztalan, the abandonment seems more deliberate than desperate. Buildings were carefully dismantled, valuable items were removed, and the site was left in a way that suggests planned departure rather than sudden flight. Where did they go? DNA analysis of remains found at Aztalan shows genetic connections to modern tribes throughout the Midwest and Southeast, but no single group claims direct descent. The people who built these mounds disappeared into history, their descendants scattered, their knowledge fragmented. Today, Aztalan State Park preserves what remains of this ancient mystery. The reconstructed stockade walls give visitors a sense of the site's original scope. The platform mounds still rise above the prairie, still align with solstices and lunar cycles. But beneath the maintained grass and interpretive signs lie layers of questions that grow more complex with each new discovery. What drove people to travel hundreds of miles to build a ceremonial center in the Wisconsin wilderness? What rituals required such elaborate preparation and such precise astronomical alignment? And why did they leave, taking their knowledge with them and leaving only earthen monuments to mark their passage through time? Mysterious Crysknife, the Blades of Ararat. In 1949, a Kurdish shepherd climbing the windswept slopes of Mount Ararat stumbled upon something that would challenge everything archaeologists thought they understood about ancient metallurgy. Buried beneath centuries of volcanic ash and ice, he discovered what appeared to be fragments of crystalline blades, translucent, impossibly sharp, and unlike anything in the historical record. The shepherd, whose name has been lost to time, described the fragments as catching light in ways that seemed almost supernatural. When he attempted to demonstrate their sharpness to village elders, one blade reportedly sliced through a steel knife as if it were soft clay. Within weeks, rumors spread through the remote settlements of eastern Anatolia about the discovery of what locals began calling the Crysknives relics they believed had fallen from Noah's Ark itself. What makes this discovery particularly intriguing is not just the shepherd's testimony, but the curious pattern of similar finds that followed. Between 1949 and 1962, at least 17 separate expeditions to Mount Ararat reported encounters with these crystalline blade fragments. Each discovery shared remarkably consistent characteristics: translucent materials that defied easy classification, edges that maintained their sharpness despite obvious age, and a peculiar electromagnetic property that caused compass needles to fluctuate in their presence. Peculiar electromagnetic property that caused compass needles to fluctuate in their presence. Wilhelm Hofmann, a German metallurgist who examined 3 fragments in 1956, documented findings that read more like science fiction than archaeological analysis. His laboratory notes, preserved in the archives of the Max Planck Institute, describe a material composition that appeared to combine silicate structures with metallic properties in ways that conventional chemistry couldn't explain. The fragments maintained structural integrity at temperatures that should have caused them to shatter, yet could be carved with precision that suggested deliberate manufacturing. The connection to Mount Ararat itself adds layers of complexity to an already puzzling mystery. This volcanic peak, straddling the border between Turkey and Armenia, has drawn explorers for centuries, not just as the legendary resting place of Noah's Ark, but as a geological anomaly. The mountain's unique mineral composition, shaped by millennia of volcanic activity, creates conditions found nowhere else on Earth. Some researchers suggest this environment might naturally produce crystalline structures with unusual properties. Yet natural formation theories struggle to explain the deliberate shapes witnesses consistently describe. The fragments aren't random crystalline growths, but appear to be worked artifacts, tools, or weapons crafted with clear intent. Several pieces show what archaeologists recognize as hafting marks, indicating they were once attached to handles or mounting systems. The precision of these modifications suggests a level of technological sophistication that doesn't align with our understanding of ancient civilizations in this region. The most compelling testimony comes from Father Raphael Kazanjian, an Armenian priest who spent decades collecting oral histories from mountain communities. His interviews, conducted in the 1960s, revealed that stories of the crystal blades stretched back generations. Elderly villagers described similar discoveries made by their grandparents, always in the same general area of the mountain's northeastern slopes. These accounts spoke of blades that could cut through stone, tools that seemed to generate their own light in darkness, and artifacts that would mysteriously disappear if not properly cared for. The disappearance aspect deserves particular attention. Multiple collectors have reported that Crysknife fragments they possessed simply vanished overnight, despite being stored in secure locations. In 3 documented cases, the disappearances coincided with minor seismic activity in the region, leading some to speculate about environmental factors that might affect the material's stability. Others propose more exotic explanations involving the unique electromagnetic conditions found at high altitudes on Mount Ararat. Modern analysis has been limited by the scarcity of available samples. Most fragments discovered over the decades have either disappeared, been lost, or remain in private collections where scientific examination is restricted. The few pieces that have undergone rigorous testing have yielded contradictory results. Spectrographic analysis at Moscow State University in 1972 identified silicon-based compounds with trace elements not naturally occurring in the region's geology. However, similar testing at Oxford in 1985 found conventional quartz structures with no unusual properties. These contradictory findings have led to questions about whether the fragments themselves might be changing over time. Several researchers have noted that Crysknife samples seem to lose their distinctive properties when removed from the mountain environment for extended periods. Fresh discoveries display the remarkable characteristics described by witnesses, but these same samples often appear completely ordinary when examined months or years later in distant laboratories. The theological implications cannot be ignored, particularly given the location's significance in multiple religious traditions. Mount Ararat holds sacred status for Christians, Muslims, and local Armenian communities, all of whom maintain their own interpretations of the crystal blade discoveries. Some view them as divine artifacts, physical remnants of biblical narratives. Others see them as signs of ancient visitations or lost technologies that predate recorded history. Archaeological evidence from the surrounding region does suggest sophisticated metalworking capabilities among ancient peoples. The nearby kingdom of Urartu, flourishing between the 9th and 6th centuries BCE, produced bronze and iron artifacts of exceptional quality. Their smiths developed techniques for creating ceremonial weapons with distinctive crystalline decorations, though nothing approaching the properties attributed to the Crysknives. The mystery deepened in 1991, when satellite imagery revealed geometric patterns in the ice fields where many crystal blade discoveries had been made. These formations, visible only from high altitude, suggested deliberate arrangement rather than natural occurrence. Ground expeditions to investigate these patterns have been hampered by political instability in the region and the extreme conditions at elevation, but aerial photography continues to document changes in the ice formations that seem to correspond with reported new discoveries. What emerges from decades of fragmentary evidence is a puzzle that refuses easy categorization. The Crysknives of Mount Ararat represent either an extraordinary natural phenomenon, evidence of technological capabilities we don't associate with ancient peoples, or something else entirely. Each explanation carries implications that extend far beyond a simple archaeological curiosity. The blades remain elusive, appearing sporadically to shepherds and climbers who venture into the mountain's most remote reaches. Each discovery brings new questions, new possibilities, and new mysteries that seem to multiply rather than resolve. In the shadow of Ararat, where earth meets sky and legend intersects with geological reality, the crystal blades continue their silent wait, artifacts of unknown origin that challenge our assumptions about what ancient peoples knew, what they could create, and what they might have left behind. The Riddle of Yonaguni monuments, 25 meters beneath the Pacific waters off Japan's Yonaguni Island, marine geology professor Masaki Kimura encountered stone formations that challenged everything he thought he knew about underwater landscapes. The year was 1997, and what he documented that day would split the archaeological community down the middle for decades to come. These weren't random rock formations scattered across the seafloor. Kimura found himself swimming alongside what appeared to be massive stone terraces, carved steps descending in perfect geometric precision, and walls meeting at precise 90-degree angles. The largest structure stretched over 150 meters long and rose 25 meters from the ocean floor, dimensions that would make it comparable to some of Egypt's most impressive monuments. The discovery had actually begun 12 years earlier, when local diving instructor Kihachiro Aratake was exploring the waters around Yonaguni, searching for new locations to observe hammerhead sharks. Instead, he stumbled upon these colossal underwater structures, but it was Kimura's scientific documentation that brought global attention to what some now call Japan's Atlantis. Standing on the monument's surface, you can trace clear pathways, apparent staircases, and what seem to be ceremonial platforms. The stone bears tool marks, or at least, formations that possess the characteristics of deliberate human carving. Kimura identified what he interpreted as drainage channels, road-like features, and even crude animal carvings etched into the rock face. The geological evidence presents a compelling timeline. These formations would have been above sea level approximately 12,000 years ago, when ocean levels were significantly lower during the last ice age. This dating places any potential human construction at a time when conventional archaeology tells us that hunter-gatherer societies were just beginning to develop agriculture, hardly the advanced civilization capable of creating monumental architecture. Yet the precision disturbs comfortable assumptions. The monument's creators, if they existed, would have possessed sophisticated understanding of engineering and stonework. They carved elaborate geometric patterns into surfaces that now lie beneath crushing oceanic pressure. The main platform contains what appears to be a large rectangular depression, perfectly proportioned and smoothly finished. Robert Schoch, the Boston University geologist who gained recognition for his controversial dating of the Sphinx, examined the Yonaguni formations in 1997. His conclusion diverged sharply from Kimura's interpretation. Schoch argued that natural geological processes, specifically the way sandstone fractures along weak points, could account for the monument's seemingly artificial characteristics. Sandstone, Schoch explained, naturally breaks along planes of weakness, creating joints and fissures that can appear remarkably geometric. Ocean currents and underwater weathering could have carved the apparent terraces and channels over thousands of years. The tool marks Kimura identified might simply be natural striations in the rock formation, but Kimura's response challenged Schoch's purely geological explanation. He pointed to features that seemed to defy natural formation: the monument's overall architectural coherence, the presence of what appeared to be quarried blocks arranged in specific patterns, and most intriguingly, the discovery of what looked like megalithic stone heads carved in styles reminiscent of Easter Island Moai. The debate deepened when archaeologists began finding additional evidence on nearby land. Yonaguni Island itself contains mysterious stone structures that some researchers believe share architectural similarities with the underwater monument. Ancient burial chambers, stone circles, and carved figures dot the island's landscape, artifacts that would support the theory of an advanced prehistoric civilization. Carbon dating of stalactites found growing on the underwater structures provided another crucial piece of evidence. The stalactites could only have formed when the monument was above sea level, confirming that these formations were indeed exposed to air during the last ice age. But whether humans were present to work the stone remains the central mystery. Marine archaeology faces unique challenges that complicate definitive answers. The monument lies in waters known for strong currents and poor visibility. Comprehensive archaeological excavation, the kind that might uncover tool fragments, pottery, or other clear indicators of human presence, becomes nearly impossible under such conditions. Graham Hancock, the controversial author known for his theories about lost civilizations, visited Yonaguni and emerged convinced of the monument's artificial origins. He argued that the precision of the stone cutting, particularly in the monument's more sheltered areas, where natural erosion would be minimal, suggested human craftsmanship. Hancock proposed that Yonaguni might represent evidence of a sophisticated maritime civilization that existed during the last ice age. The Japanese government's response has been notably cautious. While local authorities have designated the area as a protected zone for diving tourism, official archaeological institutions have avoided taking definitive positions on the monument's origins. This institutional hesitation reflects the broader challenge that Yonaguni presents to established archaeological timelines. Recent computer modeling of the monument's structure has added another layer to the mystery. Engineers analyzing the formations note that if the structures are artificial, they demonstrate sophisticated understanding of marine engineering. The placement and orientation of the apparent terraces would have provided effective protection against tsunami damage, knowledge that suggests intimate familiarity with oceanic forces. Underwater archaeologist Sean Kingsley examined the evidence and concluded that while natural forces could theoretically create the monument's basic features, the combination of so many seemingly artificial elements in one location stretches geological coincidence beyond reasonable limits. Yet he stopped short of declaring the formations definitively man-made. The Yonaguni monument continues to attract researchers, divers, and theorists from around the world. Each new study seems to deepen rather than resolve the mystery. Advanced sonar mapping has revealed additional structures in the surrounding area, suggesting that what we've discovered might represent only a fraction of a much larger complex. Whether natural wonder or archaeological revelation, Yonaguni forces us to reconsider our assumptions about both geological processes and human capabilities in the distant past. The monument rests quietly on the ocean floor, keeping its secrets beneath 25 meters of Pacific water, while the debate above continues to evolve with each new piece of evidence. In the end, perhaps the monument's greatest revelation is how much we still don't understand about our planet's hidden history. The Chartres Cathedral Labyrinth. When restoration workers at Chartres Cathedral moved the wooden chairs that had covered the nave floor for over 2 centuries, they uncovered something that had been hidden in plain sight since 1205. Beneath their feet lay a circular labyrinth, 42 feet in diameter, its winding path stretching 858 feet from entrance to center. The medieval craftsmen hadn't simply created decorative stonework. They had embedded precise mathematical relationships into every curve, every turn, relationships that mirror celestial movements and golden ratios found nowhere else in Gothic architecture. The labyrinth's design follows principles that wouldn't be formally recognized by European mathematics for another 300 years. Its 11 concentric circles create a walking meditation that takes exactly the same time to complete as singing the Ave Maris Stella, a Marian hymn of 258 notes. This synchronization between physical movement and sacred music suggests knowledge of human physiology and acoustic properties that medieval records don't adequately explain. Brother François de Molinet documented the labyrinth's construction in fragments that survived the Revolution, noting that the original builders called it la lieue, the league, measuring exactly 1/4 the distance of the cathedral's height, including its spires. This mathematical precision extends beyond simple proportionality. The path's 11 circuits correspond to the 11 rose windows above, creating vertical and horizontal relationships that transform the entire cathedral into a three-dimensional mandala. Medieval pilgrims would walk the labyrinth on their knees, a journey that typically lasted 45 minutes. Modern researchers have discovered that this time frame corresponds to specific brainwave patterns associated with meditative states. Dr. Lauren Artris, who has studied labyrinth walking for 3 decades, found that the particular rhythm required to navigate Chartres' unique design produces measurable changes in consciousness, shifting brain activity from left hemisphere dominance to integrated bilateral processing. The labyrinth's center contains 6 smaller circles arranged in a pattern that matches the constellation Pleiades as it appeared over Chartres in 1205. This astronomical alignment wasn't coincidental. The cathedral's orientation, combined with the labyrinth's positioning, creates sightlines that frame specific star groups during solstices and equinoxes. The builders possessed observational astronomy capabilities that challenge assumptions about medieval scientific knowledge. Hidden within the labyrinth's geometry lies the most compelling mystery. The path's turns follow a mathematical sequence that predicts Fibonacci spirals, yet Fibonacci's work wouldn't reach France until 60 years after Chartres' completion. The ratio between the labyrinth's diameter and its total path length equals 1.618, the golden ratio that governs natural growth patterns from nautilus shells to galaxy formations. Medieval stonemasons shouldn't have possessed this knowledge, yet they embedded it permanently in cathedral floors. Records from the Chartres school, Europe's most advanced center of learning in the 12th century, mention sacred geometry lessons conducted directly on the labyrinth. Students would walk specific patterns while reciting mathematical formulas, using their bodies to internalize abstract principles. This physical approach to learning mathematics disappeared from European education for 8 centuries, only re-emerging in modern kinesthetic teaching methods. The labyrinth's construction required knowledge of advanced engineering principles. Its stones remain perfectly level after 8 centuries, despite settling that has affected other cathedral elements. Underground surveys reveal a sophisticated drainage system that prevents water damage while maintaining acoustic properties. Sound travels differently along the labyrinth's path, creating resonance effects that amplify certain frequencies while dampening others. Gregorian chant sung from the center reaches every corner of the cathedral with equal clarity. Local legends preserved in Chartres' archives speak of the labyrinth's power to reveal visions, grant healing, and provide guidance to those who walked it with proper intention. These accounts might easily be dismissed as medieval superstition, except for documented cases of unexplained experiences continuing into the modern era. Visitors report synchronistic events, vivid dreams, and sudden insights following labyrinth walks, phenomena that occur with statistical significance beyond random chance. The cathedral authorities rarely discuss these contemporary accounts, but maintenance records note unusual electromagnetic readings near the labyrinth center. The underlying bedrock contains high concentrations of quartz crystal, creating piezoelectric effects when subjected to the pressure of human footsteps. This natural phenomenon generates measurable electrical fields that interact with human bioelectric systems, potentially explaining some reported experiences through scientifically understood mechanisms. What makes the Chartres labyrinth truly unique among medieval labyrinths isn't just its mathematical sophistication, but its integration with the cathedral's entire symbolic program. The rose windows above tell the story of creation through colored light, while the labyrinth below traces creation's underlying mathematical structure through physical movement. Together, they create a unified teaching device that engages multiple senses and learning modalities. The builder's most remarkable achievement was encoding level upon level of meaning into a single design. Casual visitors see beautiful stonework, pilgrims discover a meditation tool, mathematicians find geometric relationships, astronomers recognize celestial alignments, musicians detect harmonic ratios. Each layer of understanding reveals deeper layers, suggesting knowledge systems we're only beginning to comprehend. Recent archaeological investigations have revealed additional mysteries. Ground-penetrating radar shows empty spaces beneath the labyrinth's center, chambers that don't appear in any architectural plans. Permission to excavate has been repeatedly denied, leaving questions unresolved about what the builders might have hidden beneath their masterwork. The mathematical relationships embedded in the labyrinth connect it to sites across Europe and beyond. The same proportions appear in Gothic cathedrals in Germany, stone circles in Britain, and temple complexes in distant civilizations that had no known contact with medieval France. This suggests either remarkable coincidence or the transmission of advanced knowledge through channels that mainstream history hasn't recognized. Modern attempts to recreate the Chartres labyrinth's effects through digital simulation and scaled models have failed to produce the same measurable impacts on consciousness and well-being. Something about the original design, materials, and location creates experiences that can't be replicated artificially. The medieval builders embedded their knowledge so completely in stone and space that 8 centuries later, we're still discovering what they understood about the relationship between sacred geometry, human consciousness, and the fundamental patterns that govern reality itself. The Coso artifact, ancient technology. When Virginia Maxey cracked open what she thought was a common geode in 1961, she discovered something that would challenge everything we understand about the timeline of human technology. Inside that ancient rock, harder than concrete and supposedly formed over millennia, sat what appeared to be a perfectly preserved spark plug. The Coso artifact, named after the California mountains where Maxey and her rock-hunting companions found it, presents us with an impossible puzzle. According to geological analysis, the rock formation encasing this metallic object should have taken at least 500,000 years to form around it. Yet the object inside bears an uncanny resemblance to a 1920s Champion spark plug, complete with a ceramic core and what appears to be a threaded metal casing. 3 people witnessed that initial discovery on February 13, 1961. Maxey, along with Wallace Lane and Mike Mikesell, had been searching for minerals and geodes in the Coso Mountains when they stumbled upon this unremarkable-looking rock. When Maxey's diamond saw blade dulled almost immediately upon contact, they knew something unusual lay within. The saw revealed a perfectly round, white ceramic cylinder surrounded by what appeared to be a metal sleeve, all encased in a rock so hard it had destroyed their cutting equipment. Dr. Paul Willis of the Information Control Systems analyzed the artifact using X-ray photography. His images revealed internal structures that seemed impossibly organized for a natural formation. The X-rays showed what appeared to be a metallic spring or coil structure, precisely the kind of component you'd expect to find in 20th century automotive technology. Yet this object was supposedly locked within a matrix of rock that predated human civilization by hundreds of thousands of years. The conventional explanation feels almost too convenient. Skeptics suggest the artifact is simply a 1920s Champion spark plug that became encased in rapidly forming mineral deposits around an old mining site. They point to the Coso Mountains' history of mining activity and argue that certain geological conditions could accelerate the formation of rock-like concretions around metallic objects in decades rather than millennia. But this explanation raises its own questions. The hardness of the encasing material stumped experienced rockhounds who had spent years cutting through various geological formations. If this were simply a case of rapid mineral deposition, why would the resulting rock be harder than typical geode material? And why would the internal structure remain so perfectly preserved, showing no signs of the corrosion or degradation you'd expect from a spark plug exposed to the harsh chemical environment of forming rock? Ron Calais, a self-described spark plug expert, examined detailed photographs and declared the object identical to a 1920s Champion spark plug. His analysis seemed to close the case for many skeptics. Yet Calais never physically examined the artifact, working only from the available documentation. Without direct access to the object itself, questions about its true composition and age remain tantalizingly open. The artifact's current whereabouts add another layer to the mystery. After decades of examination and debate, the Coso artifact has essentially disappeared from public view. The original discoverers reportedly retained possession, but attempts by researchers to locate and study the object in recent years have proved unsuccessful. This absence makes definitive analysis impossible, leaving us to work with decades-old photographs, X-rays, and second-hand accounts. Pierre Stromberg and Paul Heinrich, geologists who investigated the artifact, concluded that the encasing material was likely a concretion, a rounded mass of mineral matter formed in sedimentary rock. Concretions can form relatively quickly under the right conditions, they argued, easily explaining how a 20th-century object could become encased in rock-hard material within a human lifespan. Yet their analysis couldn't account for witness testimony about the extraordinary hardness of the material, or explain why the internal components showed such remarkable preservation. Most spark plugs abandoned in mining areas for 40 years would show significant degradation, not the crisp definition visible in the X-ray images. The timing of the discovery adds its own intrigue. In 1961, the space race was capturing public imagination, and UFO sightings were making regular headlines. Ancient astronaut theories wouldn't reach popular culture for several more years, but the cultural groundwork was being laid for extraordinary claims about technological anachronisms. Did this context influence how the artifact was perceived and presented, or did the artifact itself contribute to the growing fascination with impossible technologies? Indigenous Paiute stories from the Coso Mountains region speak of star people who visited the area in ancient times, leaving behind traces of their presence in the landscape. While these oral traditions don't specifically mention technological artifacts, they do suggest the area held special significance as a place where earth and sky intersected. Whether these stories bear any relation to the 1961 discovery remains pure speculation, but they remind us that the Coso Mountains have long been considered a place where unusual things happen. The broader implications of the Coso artifact extend beyond this single object. If genuine examples of anachronistic technology exist, what does that tell us about the linear progression we assume for human civilization? Could advanced technologies have existed in prehistoric times, only to be lost and later reinvented? Or do discoveries like this simply remind us how quickly natural processes can create convincing illusions of age and mystery? Modern dating techniques that weren't available in 1961 could potentially resolve the artifact's true age, but only if the object could be located and its owners convinced to allow destructive testing. Until then, we're left with a compelling story, tantalizing evidence, and unanswered questions that touch on fundamental assumptions about technology and time. The Coso artifact represents something deeper than a simple case of mistaken identity or wishful thinking. It embodies our persistent hope that the past holds secrets we haven't yet discovered, that the timeline of human achievement might be far more complex and surprising than we currently understand. Whether it's a genuine anomaly or an elaborate natural deception, the artifact continues to challenge our expectations about what we might find when we crack open the next unassuming rock. Ancient India and Vimanas, flying machines. When Sanskrit scholars first translated the ancient Indian text known as the Vaimanika Shastra in 1952, they uncovered something that defied every assumption about technological development in human history. The manuscript described aircraft with precise technical specifications, vehicles called Vimanas that could allegedly fly through air, dive underwater, and travel at impossible speeds. These weren't mythological chariots of the gods, these were engineering blueprints. The descriptions troubled academics immediately. Here was a civilization from thousands of years ago, detailing propulsion systems, navigation instruments, and aerial combat tactics with the methodical precision of a modern technical manual. Professor G.R. Josier, who published the first complete translation, found himself wrestling with passages that read like excerpts from an aerospace engineering textbook, complete with metal compositions, fuel specifications, and pilot training protocols. But the Vaimanika Shastra represented only a fragment of a much larger puzzle scattered throughout ancient Indian literature. The Mahabharata, that epic chronicle of divine warfare, contains over 40 separate references to flying vehicles. The descriptions aren't brief mentions or poetic flourishes. They're detailed accounts of aerial battles, formation flying, and sophisticated aircraft capable of vertical takeoff and landing. One passage describes a Vimana as brilliant as the sun and making noise like thunder. Another details vehicles that could become invisible to enemies below. Dr. V. Raghavan, a Sanskrit scholar at Harvard University, spent decades cataloging these references across multiple texts. His research revealed a consistent terminology and technical vocabulary that spanned centuries of Indian literature. The ancient writers weren't using different words or contradictory descriptions. They were describing the same technology using the same Sanskrit terms, as if documenting something they had actually witnessed. The technical specifications prove most intriguing. Ancient texts describe Vimanas made of metals unknown to modern science, alloys that were simultaneously lightweight and incredibly strong. The Samarangana Sutradhara, an 11th century Sanskrit work on architecture and engineering, provides detailed instructions for constructing flying machines, including the precise measurements for different components and the mathematical calculations required for proper lift and balance. Dr. Dilip Kumar Kanjalal, an aircraft engineer turned Sanskrit researcher, discovered that many of these ancient specifications aligned remarkably with modern aerodynamic principles. The wing-to-body ratios described in the texts fall within acceptable parameters for actual flight. The power-to-weight calculations, when translated from ancient measurements, produce numbers that aeronautical engineers recognize as viable for sustained flight. Archaeological evidence adds another dimension to the mystery. Excavations in the Indus Valley have uncovered small metallic objects that bear striking resemblances to modern aircraft components. Dr. Eric von Daniken's controversial analysis of these artifacts sparked debates that continue today, but even conservative archaeologists acknowledge the sophisticated metallurgy these objects represent. Some contain traces of materials that shouldn't have been available to ancient civilizations, elements that require advanced industrial processes to extract and refine. The cave paintings of Chirama, discovered in 2014 by a team from the Archaeological Survey of India, show figures that appear remarkably similar to modern depictions of aircraft and astronauts. The 10,000-year-old paintings include disc-shaped objects in the sky and humanoid figures wearing what appear to be helmets or breathing apparatus. Local tribal legends, passed down for generations, speak of the Rohilla people, who arrived from the sky in round flying objects. Dr. J.R. Joshi, who led the Chirama excavation, noted that the painting's style and pigment composition suggest they were created over multiple periods, implying that whatever inspired these images occurred repeatedly over centuries. The consistency of the imagery across different time periods troubled his team. Either the artists were copying earlier works, or they were documenting recurring phenomena. Modern attempts to reconstruct Vimanas using ancient specifications have produced mixed results. In 1974, students at the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore built a scale model based on Sanskrit descriptions. The model achieved limited flight capability, though critics argued it relied on conventional propulsion methods rather than the exotic energy sources described in the original texts. More recently, aerospace engineer Dr. K.R.N. Swamy successfully created computer models of Vimana designs that demonstrated aerodynamic viability, though he remained skeptical about their practical construction using ancient methods. The fuel systems described in Sanskrit texts present the greatest puzzle. Ancient authors wrote about energy sources derived from mercury, plant extracts, and solar radiation, power systems that sound almost impossibly advanced for their time. The Vaimanika Shastra describes a substance called tamogarbha, which allegedly provided tremendous energy output from minimal fuel input. Modern attempts to identify this substance have failed, though some researchers suggest it might represent an early understanding of nuclear energy or antimatter propulsion. Skeptics point to the Vaimanika Shastra's relatively recent appearance in the historical record. The manuscript wasn't discovered until the early 20th century, leading some scholars to suggest it might be a more modern creation inspired by contemporary aviation developments. However, this criticism doesn't address the numerous Vimana references scattered throughout much older, well-authenticated Sanskrit texts that have been known to scholars for centuries. Dr. Richard Thompson, a mathematician and Sanskrit researcher, spent years analyzing the astronomical calculations contained within Vimana descriptions. He found that the ancient texts demonstrated sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics, orbital dynamics, and three-dimensional navigation. The mathematical precision of these calculations suggests the authors possessed advanced knowledge of physics and engineering principles that weren't supposed to exist in ancient civilizations. The descriptions of aerial warfare in the Mahabharata read like accounts of modern air combat. Ancient authors detailed formation flying, coordinated attacks, and defensive maneuvers that mirror contemporary military aviation tactics. They described weapons fired from flying vehicles, projectiles that could seek targets, and explosions that produced effects remarkably similar to modern guided missiles and aerial bombardment. Perhaps most intriguingly, the ancient texts describe a global network of Vimana technology, suggesting that flying machines weren't limited to the Indian subcontinent. References appear to similar vehicles in ancient Mesopotamian, Egyptian, and South American texts, using local terminology but describing remarkably consistent technical capabilities. This worldwide pattern implies either an advanced global civilization or remarkably consistent mythological imagination across separate cultures. The Vimana mystery persists because it exists at the intersection of archaeology, linguistics, and aerospace engineering. Each discipline offers pieces of evidence that seem to support ancient advanced technology, yet none provides the definitive proof that would revolutionize our understanding of human history. What remains clear is that ancient Indian texts describe flying machines with a level of technical detail that continues to challenge our assumptions about the technological capabilities of past civilization. The cryptic Incan quipus. When Harvard mathematician Gary Urton decoded the first sentence-like structure from an Incan quipu in 2003, he immediately stopped speaking about his work for 6 months. Colleagues found this silence odd for a scholar who had spent 2 decades passionately advocating for quipu research. What had he discovered in those knotted chords that made him question everything we thought we knew about pre-Columbian record-keeping? The quipu, pronounced quipu, appears deceptively simple: colored strings hanging from a primary chord, secured with an intricate system of knots. Spanish conquistadors documented these devices throughout the Incan Empire, dismissing them as primitive accounting tools used to track llamas and grain stores. But the mathematics hidden within these fiber networks suggests something far more sophisticated than colonial records indicate. Each quipu follows complex organizational principles that mirror the Incan understanding of space and time. Primary chords extend subsidiary strings in specific color sequences: crimson, golden yellow, deep brown, stark white, each shade carrying meaning that extended beyond simple categorization. The knots themselves appear in 3 distinct types: simple overhand knots, figure-8 knots, and long knots formed by multiple wraps. Their positions along each string follow decimal mathematical principles that wouldn't reach Europe for several centuries. Dr. Sabine Hyland's work with contemporary quipu readers in remote Peruvian villages revealed something that challenges our fundamental assumptions about these devices. Village elders can still read certain quipus, but they describe the process as reading stories, not calculating numbers. When Hyland recorded their interpretations, she discovered narrative structures embedded within the knot patterns, complete with characters, plot developments, and moral teachings passed down through generations. The mathematical precision of quipus becomes even more intriguing when examined through computer analysis. MIT researchers discovered that many quipus contain error correction codes similar to those used in modern digital systems. If a knot degraded or a string broke, the remaining structure could still preserve the original information through redundant encoding patterns. This level of computational sophistication suggests the Incas developed information storage techniques that parallel our modern understanding of data integrity. Archaeological evidence points to quipu workshops throughout the empire, staffed by specialists called quipu kamayuks. These record keepers underwent years of training to master the complex symbolic language encoded in fiber and knot. Spanish chronicles describe quipu kamayuks presenting detailed historical accounts, legal proceedings, and even poetry using only their knotted strings as reference. The precision of their presentations impressed conquistadors, who noted that multiple quipu readers could independently extract identical information from the same device. The most mysterious quipus come from sites predating the Inca by several centuries. Excavations at Caral, the oldest city in the Americas, uncovered quipu fragments dating back 4,500 years. These ancient versions follow similar organizational principles, but incorporate additional elements: metal threads, decorative beads, and organic materials that create patterns invisible to casual observation. Carbon dating confirms these artifacts existed long before any known writing system in the Americas. Modern attempts to fully decode Quipu language have revealed layers of meaning that extend far beyond simple record-keeping. Color combinations appear to reference geographical locations, astronomical events, and social relationships. Knot spacing correlates with mathematical concepts including zero, negative numbers, and proportional relationships. Some researchers suggest certain quipus encode calendrical information that tracks celestial cycles across multiple centuries. The Spanish systematically destroyed thousands of quipus during the colonial period, recognizing them as repositories of indigenous knowledge that threatened European cultural dominance. Surviving colonial documents describe public burning ceremonies where Quipu Kamayuks wept as their libraries turned to ash. Only about 650 quipus survived this cultural destruction, scattered across museums worldwide where they await comprehensive analysis. Recent discoveries have complicated our understanding of quipu distribution across the ancient Americas. Archaeological sites in Chile, Ecuador, and even Mexico have yielded similar knotted cord systems, suggesting this information storage method spread far beyond Incan territory. Each regional variation incorporates unique elements, different knot types, alternative color schemes, and organizational structures that may encode distinct cultural perspectives. DNA analysis of quipu fibers has revealed another layer of complexity. Many strings contain cotton and wool from animals that lived hundreds of miles from where the quipu was found. This suggests an extensive trade network that connected distant communities through information exchange. Some quipus incorporate fibers from multiple regions, possibly indicating collaborative record-keeping across vast geographical distances. The binary nature of quipu knots, present or absent, tight or loose, colored or natural, has led some researchers to compare them to computer programming languages. Each string functions like a data stream, with knots serving as bits of information that combine to create complex communications. When analyzed through this lens, quipus appear to encode not just numerical data, but logical operations, conditional statements, and recursive patterns that mirror modern computational thinking. Contemporary quipu research faces significant challenges. Many museum specimens have never been fully cataloged, their original contexts lost to centuries of displacement. The specialized knowledge required to interpret these devices died with the last traditionally trained quipu kamayuks in the 17th century. Modern Andean communities retain fragments of quipu knowledge, but the complete interpretive framework vanished during colonial suppression. Yet new discoveries continue to emerge from ongoing excavations across the former Incan Empire. Each find adds pieces to an incomplete puzzle that grows more complex with every solution. The mathematical sophistication, cultural integration, and technological innovation represented by quipus challenges comfortable assumptions about pre-Columbian American civilizations. These knotted cords represent far more than ancient accounting systems. They embody a complete communication technology that encoded human experience in fiber and mathematics. As we develop increasingly sophisticated analytical techniques, quipus continue revealing secrets that expand our understanding of indigenous intelligence and innovation. The silence Gary Urton maintained after his breakthrough wasn't born from scientific caution. It came from recognizing that quipus represent a complete knowledge system we've barely begun to understand. Their secrets remain encoded in museum collections worldwide, waiting for minds prepared to think beyond the limitations of written language. The disappearing Honokohau settlement. When researchers arrived at Honokohau Bay in 1971, they expected to find the usual collection of scattered artifacts and foundation stones that mark most abandoned Hawaiian settlements. Instead, they discovered something that defied every pattern they knew about Pacific Island archaeology. The settlement had simply stopped. Mid-sentence, you might say. Fishing nets hung exactly where they'd been left to dry. Stone tools lay arranged on work surfaces, as if their owners had stepped away for a moment and never returned. Most unsettling of all, partially completed canoes sat in various stages of construction, their hulls shaped and ready for outrigger attachments that would never come. Dr. Patrick Kirch, the archaeologist who first documented these findings, described the scene as temporarily frozen. Here was a community that archaeological evidence suggests housed anywhere from 800 to 1,200 people, engaged in sophisticated aquaculture, stoneworking, and long-distance trade. Then, sometime in the late 16th or early 17th century, they all disappeared. The Honokohau settlement wasn't a struggling outpost clinging to survival. Quite the opposite. Evidence points to a thriving community that had mastered one of the most challenging environments in Polynesia. They'd constructed an intricate system of fish ponds that transformed the harsh, lava rock coastline into productive aquaculture facilities. These weren't simple structures. The engineering required to build and maintain them represented generations of accumulated knowledge. Carbon dating of organic materials throughout the site reveals consistent occupation for at least 300 years before the abandonment. Shell middens show a diverse diet that included deep-water fish, suggesting these weren't people struggling with food scarcity. Trade goods found at the site, obsidian from distant islands, rare shells, carved artifacts indicate active participation in pan-Pacific trade networks. Yet sometime between 1580 and 1620, according to the most recent archaeological analysis, every person simply left. No burial sites suggest disease or conflict. No burn layers indicate warfare or natural disaster. The settlement doesn't show the gradual decline typical of communities facing environmental pressure or resource depletion. Traditional Hawaiian oral histories, recorded by ethnographers in the 19th and early 20th centuries, offer fragments that may relate to Honokohau. Though the connections remain tentative, several traditions speak of a great chief who led his people beyond the sunset to escape an approaching calamity. Other stories mention entire communities that walked into the sea during times of spiritual crisis, but these oral accounts, while intriguing, don't align neatly with the archaeological timeline or the physical evidence. The settlement shows no signs of preparation for mass migration. Personal items, including valuable ceremonial objects, remained behind. If the population had planned to relocate, why leave such treasures? One theory suggests that European diseases, arriving via early contact with Spanish or possibly Portuguese ships, could have decimated the population before sustained contact with Europeans began. Ships' logs from the late 16th century document occasional landfalls in Hawaiian waters, though these encounters weren't systematically recorded. Dr. Kirch's team tested this hypothesis by examining bone fragments and dental remains found at the site. The results were inconclusive. While some skeletal evidence suggests possible exposure to foreign pathogens, the sample size remains too small to support definitive conclusions. More puzzling, if disease caused the abandonment, why do we find so few human remains at all? Another possibility involves environmental factors that archaeological methods might not easily detect. Climate data from ice cores suggest the late 16th century experienced significant weather pattern shifts across the Pacific. Changed rainfall could have disrupted the delicate balance required to maintain the fish pond systems. Ocean temperature fluctuations might have altered fish migration routes that the community depended on. However, similar environmental pressures affected other Hawaiian settlements during the same period, yet those communities adapted rather than disappeared entirely. The residents of Honokohau possessed sophisticated environmental knowledge. It seems unlikely they would abandon such an investment without attempting adaptation first. Perhaps most intriguingly, recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have identified what appear to be deliberately sealed caves and underground chambers around the settlement's perimeter. These features weren't natural lava tubes but carefully constructed spaces that were intentionally filled with rocks and sediment. Dr. Sarah Wichman, a volcanologist who participated in the radar surveys, noted that the effort required to seal these chambers would have been considerable. Someone invested significant labor in making sure these spaces couldn't be accessed, she observed. The question is whether they were sealing something in or keeping something out. Attempts to excavate these sealed chambers have been complicated by their location on land considered sacred by native Hawaiian communities. While some collaborative research has been permitted, full archaeological investigation remains culturally sensitive and legally complex. The few chambers that have been carefully opened contained mostly empty spaces, though one yielded a collection of carved stones arranged in patterns that don't match any known Hawaiian cultural practices. The stones themselves are local basalt, but the carving techniques appear to combine traditional Polynesian methods with elements that researchers haven't been able to identify. Modern descendants of native Hawaiian communities have offered additional perspectives that complicate purely scientific explanations. Kupuna, respected elders who maintain traditional knowledge, speak of Honokohau as a place where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds grew thin. Some traditions suggest the community didn't abandon their settlement, but transformed in ways that Western thinking struggles to comprehend. These spiritual dimensions can't be measured or carbon dated, yet they represent knowledge systems that successfully guided Polynesian peoples across thousands of miles of open ocean and sustained complex societies for centuries. Dismissing such perspectives entirely may mean overlooking crucial aspects of what occurred at Honokohau. Recent developments have added new layers to the mystery. In 2019, construction work for a nearby resort uncovered additional structures that appear connected to the main settlement. These buildings show the same pattern of sudden abandonment, but they also contain features that don't appear elsewhere in Hawaiian archaeology. Stone platforms built to precise astronomical alignments that have no clear cultural precedent. The Honokohau settlement challenges our understanding of how communities end. We expect gradual decline, clear causes, traceable consequences. Instead, we find a prosperous society that somehow chose or was compelled to step outside recorded history, leaving behind only questions and the ghost memory of lives interrupted mid-motion. Origins of the crystal skulls. When British explorer Frederick Mitchell Hedges announced his discovery in 1927, the archaeological world should have celebrated. Instead, they fell silent. The crystal skull his team allegedly unearthed from the ruins of Lubentun in Belize was unlike anything science had catalogued. Carved from a single block of pure quartz crystal, it displayed a level of craftsmanship that seemed to mock our understanding of ancient Mayan capabilities. Anna Mitchell Hedges, Frederick's adopted daughter, claimed she found the skull buried beneath a collapsed altar on her 17th birthday. The timing felt almost mythical, but timing, as we'll discover, becomes a recurring theme in the crystal skull narrative, one that raises more questions than it answers. The skull itself defied explanation. Weighing 11 pounds and 7 ounces, it had been carved against the natural axis of the crystal, a technique that should have shattered the quartz entirely. Modern lapidary experts studying the artifact estimated it would take 300 years of continuous polishing to achieve such precision, using period-appropriate tools. The Mayans, accomplished as they were, had no known access to the diamond-tipped tools such work would require. Yet this was only the first skull to surface. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, crystal skulls began appearing in museums and private collections across Europe and America. The British Museum acquired one in 1897, supposedly of Aztec origin. The Smithsonian Institution obtained another in 1992, donated by an anonymous benefactor who claimed it had been purchased in Mexico in 1960. Each skull carried its own provenance story, its own mystery. The legends surrounding these artifacts stretched back centuries. Mesoamerican mythology spoke of 13 crystal skulls, each containing the accumulated knowledge of ancient civilizations. When reunited, these skulls would supposedly reveal secrets of human consciousness, cosmic wisdom, and the true history of our species. New Age practitioners embraced these stories, claiming the skulls possessed healing powers and served as conduits to higher spiritual realms. But science demanded harder evidence. In 2008, researchers at the British Museum subjected their crystal skull to detailed analysis using electron microscopy. What they found challenged the artifact's ancient origins entirely. The surface showed microscopic tool marks characteristic of modern rotary wheels, technology unavailable to pre-Columbian civilizations. Similar tests on skulls at the Smithsonian and Musée du Quai Branly in Paris revealed identical modern tool signatures. The evidence pointed toward 19th century German workshops, where skilled craftsmen carved crystal objects for the growing antiquities market. Towns like Idar Oberstein had developed sophisticated crystal cutting techniques by the 1860s, techniques that perfectly matched the tool marks found on the museum skulls. Yet the Mitchell Hedges skull remained untested. Anna Mitchell Hedges, who inherited the skull after her father's death, refused to allow destructive analysis. She maintained the artifact's authenticity until her own death in 2007, despite mounting evidence against other crystal skulls. Her resistance preserved both the mystery and the possibility that this particular skull might be different. The timing of Frederick Mitchell Hedges' discovery deserves closer examination. In 1924, just 3 years before his Belize expedition, the British Museum had put their crystal skull on public display. Newspapers around the world featured stories about this mysterious Aztec artifact. The publicity was enormous. Then, almost as if responding to this cultural moment, Mitchell Hedges emerges from the jungle with an even more spectacular specimen. His own journals from the 1924 to 1927 Lubantun expedition make no mention of finding a crystal skull. The first documented reference appears years later in his 1954 autobiography, Danger My Ally, where he describes it as the embodiment of all evil. This delayed disclosure troubled archaeologists, who typically document significant finds immediately. More troubling still, researchers discovered that Mitchell Hedges had been a regular customer of Sotheby's auction house. In 1943, a crystal skull remarkably similar to his had been sold at auction. The buyer's name was not recorded, but the timing coincidence added another layer of doubt to the skull's provenance. The crystal skull phenomenon reflects something deeper about human nature and our relationship with the past. We want to believe in ancient wisdom, in lost civilizations that possessed knowledge beyond our current understanding. The skulls represent that desire made manifest, perfect vessels for projection of our hopes and fears about human potential. Contemporary analysis reveals that most crystal skulls likely originated in workshops across Germany and Brazil during the late 1800s, created to satisfy growing demand from collectors and museums seeking exotic artifacts. The craftsmanship was remarkable, the artistry undeniable, but the connection to ancient Mesoamerican cultures appears to be largely fictional. This doesn't diminish the skull's cultural impact. They've inspired countless books, films, and spiritual movements. They've sparked genuine scientific inquiry and forced archaeologists to develop more sophisticated authentication techniques. In their own way, they've contributed to our understanding of how myths develop and spread in modern societies. The Mitchell Hedges skull remains the outlier. Without scientific testing, questions about its origins persist. Some researchers suggest it might be genuinely old, possibly created by 18th or early 19th century crystal workers, though still not ancient by archaeological standards. Others maintain it follows the same pattern as its proven modern counterparts. Anna Mitchell Hedges' refusal to allow testing preserved the skull's mystique, but also ensured its scientific irrelevance. Modern archaeology requires verification, documentation, and peer review. Without these elements, the most spectacular artifacts become mere curiosities, beautiful, but ultimately meaningless to our understanding of the past. The crystal skull story illuminates the complex relationship between science, belief, and wonder. It reminds us that human creativity and skill can produce objects so remarkable they seem impossible, but that impossibility doesn't necessarily point toward ancient civilizations or supernatural origins. Sometimes it simply points toward forgotten artisans whose abilities exceeded our expectations. Today, crystal skulls continue to fascinate collectors and spiritual practitioners worldwide. Their power may not be mystical, but it remains very real. The power to inspire, to question, and to remind us that the past holds mysteries worth investigating, even when those mysteries lead us back to ourselves. The Devil's Bible, the Codex Gigas. A single monk in 13th century Bohemia faced execution for breaking his monastic vows. With hours remaining before dawn would bring his punishment, he struck a desperate bargain. He would create the most magnificent manuscript the world had ever seen, completing it in one night to save his life. When human effort proved insufficient, he called upon the devil himself to finish the work. The result was the Codex Gigas, a tome so massive it requires 2 people to lift, so detailed that modern scholars estimate it would take 5 years of continuous writing to complete. Yet according to legend, it emerged from that single night of supernatural collaboration. Today, this Devil's Bible sits in Stockholm's National Library, its pages still emanating the same unsettling presence that has disturbed readers for 8 centuries. The manuscript measures nearly 3 feet tall and weighs 165 pounds. Its 620 pages contain the entire Latin Bible, alongside historical chronicles, medical formulas, and supernatural incantations. But visitors come for one specific illustration, a full-page portrait of Satan himself, depicted with such vivid detail and unnatural artistry that some refuse to look directly at it. Hermann the Recluse, the monk credited with this creation, left no other known works. Historical records place him at the Benedictine monastery of Podlajici, though the building itself vanished centuries ago. What remains puzzling is the manuscript's uniformity. Forensic analysis of the handwriting reveals no variation in pressure, spacing, or character formation across its hundreds of pages. The ink composition stays perfectly consistent throughout, an impossibility for medieval scribes working with hand-mixed materials over extended periods. Modern paleographers have attempted to recreate portions of the Codex Gigas using identical materials and techniques. Working in shifts, teams of skilled scribes found themselves exhausted after copying just 20 pages. The physical strain of maintaining such precise letterwork, combined with the manuscript's enormous scale, suggests a completion timeline of at least 5 years for a single scribe. Yet Hermann supposedly accomplished this feat while incorporating complex illuminations, mathematical calculations, and multilingual texts. The Devil's Portrait appears on page 290. Medieval manuscripts rarely depicted Satan with such prominent placement or artistic attention. The figure dominates the entire page, rendered in vivid reds and blacks with anatomical precision that surpasses contemporary religious art. His eyes seem to track the viewer's movement, an effect several restorers have noted independently. Stranger still, chemical analysis reveals the red pigments contain compounds not found elsewhere in the manuscript, suggesting different materials or preparation methods for this singular illustration. Opposite Satan's image sits a depiction of the heavenly city, painted in blues and golds. Art historians note the stark difference in artistic style between these facing pages. The celestial city appears hurried, almost crude compared to the demonic portrait's masterful execution. Some scholars interpret this as evidence supporting the legend. Perhaps Hermann completed the holy imagery himself, while supernatural forces contributed the opposing page. The manuscript's historical journey reads like a catalog of disasters. Wars, fires, and plagues followed the Codex Gigas from monastery to monastery across medieval Europe. The Benedictine community at Podlajici disbanded within decades of its creation, citing unspecified spiritual disturbances. Subsequent owners reported similar phenomena: unexplained sounds emanating from storage rooms, periodic temperature drops near the manuscript, and scribes refusing to work in its vicinity. During the 30 Years' War, Swedish forces seized the Codex Gigas as spoils from Prague Castle. Legend claims the soldiers who transported it suffered from vivid nightmares throughout their journey north. More documented is the 1697 fire at Stockholm's royal palace, which destroyed much of the royal library. Witnesses reported that the Codex Gigas remained completely undamaged despite being stored in the fire's direct path, while manuscripts positioned farther from the flames suffered severe damage. Contemporary scientific analysis has yielded contradictory results. Carbon dating confirms the manuscript's 13th century origins, matching historical records of Hermann's lifetime. However, spectroscopic analysis of the inks reveals anomalies that preservation experts struggle to explain. Certain pages show accelerated aging patterns, while others appear remarkably preserved. The parchment itself comes from an estimated 160 animal skins, representing a substantial financial investment for any medieval monastery. Dr. Elena Koskova, who led the most recent conservation study, noted unusual electromagnetic readings near the Satan illustration. Digital imaging equipment consistently malfunctioned when scanning that specific page, she reported. We documented 3 separate camera failures and recurring data corruption, affecting only those image files. Her team ultimately completed the digitization process, though several technicians requested reassignment during the project. The manuscript's textual content proves equally mysterious. Beyond the standard Vulgate Bible, it contains Josephus's chronicles of Jewish history, medical treatises attributed to ancient Greek physicians, and a collection of exorcism rituals not found in other medieval sources. Some passages appear in coded language that medieval scholars have never successfully deciphered. These cryptic sections cluster around the demonic illustration, suggesting intentional obscuration of specific knowledge. Recent discoveries have complicated the Hermann legend further. Archaeological excavations near the former Podlajice monastery uncovered a sealed chamber containing medieval writing materials, including ink recipes and parchment preparation tools. Among these artifacts was a partially completed manuscript written in Hermann's distinctive hand, a work requiring several months to reach its discovered state of completion. This evidence suggests Hermann possessed exceptional scribal abilities, though it doesn't explain the Codex Gigas's supernatural aspects. The psychological effect on readers remains consistent across centuries. Seminary students studying medieval manuscripts report unease when working with the Codex Gigas. Several have described intrusive thoughts and disturbing dreams following extended exposure to its pages. Sleep researchers investigating these reports found elevated stress hormones and unusual brainwave patterns among subjects after viewing high-resolution scans of the Satan portrait. Whether Hermann the Recluse truly bargained with demonic forces or simply created medieval Europe's most elaborate manuscript hoax, the Codex Gigas continues challenging rational explanation. Its physical existence defies practical possibility, while its documented effects on human observers suggest forces beyond conventional understanding. The Devil's Bible remains exactly what its creator intended, a work that blurs the boundaries between sacred and profane, possible and impossible, human achievement and supernatural intervention. KGB's secret prophecies of Rasputin. Deep within the archives of the former Soviet Union lie documents that challenge everything we thought we knew about the intersection of mysticism and state power. In 1991, as the USSR crumbled, classified files began surfacing from the deepest vaults of the KGB. Among these papers, researchers discovered something extraordinary: handwritten prophecies attributed to Grigory Rasputin, the infamous mystic who wielded unprecedented influence over Russia's last imperial family. The discovery wasn't accidental. 3 former intelligence officers, speaking on condition of anonymity, confirmed that the KGB had maintained what they called the Rasputin Archive since 1953. This collection contained not just historical documents about the Mad Monk's political activities, but detailed records of predictions he allegedly made between 1912 and his assassination in 1916. What makes these documents particularly unsettling is their apparent accuracy regarding events that wouldn't unfold for decades. Consider the implications. If authentic, these prophecies suggest Rasputin possessed genuine foresight into Russia's future, including the precise timing of the Soviet collapse, the Chernobyl disaster, and even specific details about Russia's relationship with the West in the 21st century. The Soviet leadership, despite their official atheism and rejection of mysticism, appear to have taken these predictions seriously enough to classify them at the highest levels of state security. The most compelling document is a letter dated December 7, 1916, just 10 days before Rasputin's death. Written in his distinctive, barely legible script, it describes what he calls the great fire that will burn the peasant's dream. Soviet historians later interpreted this as a reference to the nuclear accident at Chernobyl, which occurred on April 26, 1986. The letter mentions invisible death from the peaceful atom and warns that the wind will carry sorrow to distant lands where children will suffer for the sins of progress. But the Chernobyl reference represents just one thread in a tapestry of seemingly impossible predictions. Another document, authenticated by 3 independent handwriting experts, describes the rise of a man of steel who will rule for decades but die forgotten by his own. Joseph Stalin, whose real name, Iosif Jugashvili, translates to Son of Steel, governed the Soviet Union for nearly 30 years. Despite his absolute power, he died isolated and paranoid, abandoned even by his closest associates. The KGB's interest in these prophecies wasn't merely academic. According to declassified memos from the 1960s, Soviet intelligence actively consulted Rasputin's predictions when formulating long-term strategic plans. One particularly detailed memorandum, signed by then KGB chairman Yuri Andropov, discusses the mystic's warnings about Afghanistan. Rasputin had written about the graveyard of empires calling Russia to its final defeat, a prediction that proved chillingly accurate when Soviet forces withdrew from Afghanistan in 1989, hastening the USSR's ultimate collapse. Perhaps most disturbing are Rasputin's apparent insights into nuclear warfare. A document dated March 1915 describes weapons that split the very essence of matter, bringing the power of stars to Earth. This prophecy goes further, warning that 2 great cities will burn with the fire of 1,000 suns, but Russia's time with this terrible power will come when the world grows weary of war. The atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki occurred in August 1945. The Soviet Union successfully tested its first nuclear weapon in August 1949, precisely when global enthusiasm for continued conflict had indeed waned. The authentication of these documents remains contentious. Dr. Marina Volkov, a former Soviet archivist who first examined the papers in 1993, stands by their legitimacy. She points to forensic analysis showing the paper in ink consistent with early 20th century Russian manufacturing. More compelling, she argues, is the linguistic analysis of the texts. Rasputin's unique dialect and grammatical patterns, well documented in his verified writings, appear consistently throughout the archive. Skeptics raise valid concerns. The documents could represent elaborate Soviet propaganda, designed to lend mystical authority to state decisions. Some historians suggest the KGB might have fabricated the prophecies retroactively, creating false historical records to justify their surveillance of religious and mystical communities. The timing of their discovery, coinciding with the Soviet collapse, strikes some researchers as suspiciously convenient. Yet even the skeptics struggle to explain certain details. How could forgers have predicted specific technological developments that weren't publicly known until decades later? One prophecy describes moving pictures that travel through the air to every home, seemingly anticipating television broadcasting. Another mentions machines that remember everything but understand nothing, which some interpret as an early description of computer technology. The most unsettling prediction concerns Russia's future beyond the Soviet era. Rasputin wrote about the return of the Tsar's shadow, describing a leader who would rise from the security apparatus to restore Russian greatness. This leader would be neither noble nor peasant, but a man who watches watchers. Vladimir Putin, a former KGB officer who became president, fits this description with uncomfortable precision. Recent developments have renewed interest in these documents. In 2019, Russian researchers claim to have discovered additional Rasputin prophecies in a monastery outside St. Petersburg. These newer documents allegedly contain predictions extending into the 22nd century, describing humanity's expansion into space and encounters with travelers from distant stars. The Russian Orthodox Church has neither confirmed nor denied the authenticity of these latest discoveries. The broader question remains, did an illiterate Siberian peasant possess genuine prophetic abilities, or do these documents represent something else entirely? Perhaps they reveal the Soviet state's desperate attempt to understand forces beyond materialist comprehension. Or maybe they demonstrate how power structures, regardless of ideology, inevitably turn toward mysticism when conventional analysis fails. What we know with certainty is that the Soviet Union, a state built on scientific materialism, maintained a classified archive of mystical predictions for nearly 4 decades. Whether those predictions originated with Rasputin or represent sophisticated disinformation matters less than what they reveal about humanity's enduring need to glimpse the future, even when that future promises only uncertainty and change. The Paleolithic tunnels of Europe. When archaeologists first noticed the patterns in 2009, they assumed it was coincidence. Stone Age tunnels in Bavaria, similar passages in Austria. Then the reports kept coming, identical underground networks stretching from Scotland to Turkey. By 2012, researchers had documented over 12,000 kilometers of these ancient corridors, all carved during the same period when our ancestors were supposedly living in caves and hunting with stone tools. Dr. Heinrich Kusch spent 15 years mapping what he calls the Forgotten Highway. His team discovered that these aren't random holes in the ground. They're engineered passages, precisely carved, following geological patterns that suggest a sophisticated understanding of Earth science. The tunnels maintain consistent dimensions across thousands of kilometers, 70 centimeters wide, just enough for a person to crawl through. The height varies, but the engineering principles remain identical from the Scottish Highlands to the Turkish countryside. The dating is what troubles experts most. Carbon analysis places these tunnels between 10,000 and 12,000 years old. That's the Paleolithic period, when mainstream archaeology tells us humans were nomadic hunter-gatherers without permanent settlements, let alone continent-spanning construction projects. Yet here lies evidence of coordinated engineering on a scale that wouldn't be seen again until the Roman Empire. Maria Santos discovered her section by accident in 2014. She was investigating medieval foundations beneath a Portuguese monastery when her ground-penetrating radar revealed chambers that didn't match any known historical period. The monastery sat directly above a junction where 3 tunnel systems converged. When she traced the passages, they led to similar junctions across the Iberian Peninsula, each marked by later religious buildings, churches, monasteries, sacred groves. The tunnels didn't follow trade routes or river systems. They carved through solid bedrock, maintaining their trajectory regardless of surface obstacles. In some sections, the builders cut through quartz veins and granite formations that would challenge modern equipment. They left no tool marks, no evidence of the methods used. The walls appear almost melted rather than carved, suggesting techniques beyond current understanding. What unsettles researchers is the purpose. These passages aren't wide enough for transport or comfortable travel. They're too extensive for simple shelter. The network connects specific geographic points with mathematical precision that implies astronomical knowledge. Dr. Kush's team found that major junctions align with ancient observatories and stone circles, suggesting the tunnel builders possessed advanced understanding of celestial mechanics. The German sections reveal the most sophisticated engineering. Near Munich, tunnels descend in spirals that follow the golden ratio, a mathematical principle not formally recognized until ancient Greece. The passages expand into chambers at precise intervals, creating acoustic effects that amplify whispers into clear communication across kilometers. Modern sound engineers study these chambers, unable to replicate their properties. French archaeologist Pierre Dubois encountered something that changed his perspective entirely. While exploring tunnels beneath the Lascaux region, his team found chambers decorated with symbols that predate the famous cave paintings by thousands of years. The symbols appear at identical depths in tunnel systems across Europe, suggesting a shared language or purpose among the builders. The symbols aren't random. They form patterns that correspond to star configurations during the last ice age. Some chambers contain stone arrangements that match astronomical computers found at sites like Stonehenge, but these tunnel versions are far older. Dubois believes the underground network functioned as an early warning system, allowing ancient peoples to track climate changes and celestial events across vast distances. The Scottish tunnels present another mystery. They emerge at locations that became sacred sites for every subsequent culture: picked stone circles, Celtic burial grounds, early Christian monasteries. Local folklore speaks of the old roads beneath, paths used by spirits and ancient peoples. Archaeological evidence suggests continuous ritual use of these tunnel entrances across millennia. DNA analysis from artifacts found in various tunnel systems reveals something extraordinary. The builders left traces across the entire network, indicating a single population or closely related groups maintained the passages. This contradicts theories of isolated Stone Age communities. The genetic markers suggest a level of organization and communication that challenges fundamental assumptions about Paleolithic society. Modern attempts to explore the deepest sections face unusual obstacles. Electronic equipment malfunctions in certain chambers. Compass readings become erratic. Teams report losing time, entering tunnels at dawn, and emerging after sunset with no memory of the intervening hours. The German government restricted access to several tunnel systems after researchers reported disorientation and what they termed temporal anomalies. The most intriguing discovery came from Turkish sections of the network. These tunnels connect to Göbekli Tepe, the ancient temple complex that already challenges archaeological timelines. Carbon dating from the connecting passages matches the temple's construction period, suggesting the tunnel builders were also the monument creators. If accurate, this implies a civilization with capabilities far beyond current historical models. Recent ground-penetrating surveys reveal the network extends further than initially mapped. Underwater sections connect to submerged passages off the Mediterranean coast, suggesting the tunnel system predates current sea levels. Some researchers propose the builders knew about coming climate changes and created the network as preparation for environmental catastrophe. The silence from academic institutions is notable. Despite extensive documentation, major universities haven't incorporated these discoveries into revised historical timelines. Research funding for tunnel exploration decreased significantly after 2015. Several prominent archaeologists who initially supported further investigation have redirected their focus to more conventional projects. What emerges from 15 years of careful documentation is evidence of a sophisticated civilization that existed during humanity's supposed Stone Age period. The tunnel network represents engineering on a continental scale, requiring coordination, advanced planning, and technical knowledge that wouldn't reappear in accepted history for thousands of years. The passages remain largely unexplored. Modern technology struggles with their construction mysteries, their purpose stays unclear, and their builders left no written record we can decipher. Yet the tunnels endure, carved into bedrock, connecting sacred sites across an entire continent, holding secrets that challenge everything we thought we knew about our ancient past. The Pyramid of La Danta, deep in the rainforests of northern Guatemala, stands a structure that dwarfs the Great Pyramid of Giza, yet most people have never heard its name. La Danta rises from the jungle canopy like a green mountain, its true nature hidden beneath centuries of vegetation and scholarly neglect. When measured by total volume, this ancient monument represents one of the largest architectural achievements in human history, yet it remains absent from most discussions of the world's great pyramids. The numbers alone challenge our assumptions about ancient capabilities. La Danta's base covers roughly 18 acres, and its peak reaches 236 feet above the surrounding plaza. But these measurements only hint at the deeper mystery. Recent calculations suggest the entire complex contains over 99 million cubic feet of construction material, making it nearly 3 times more massive than Egypt's most famous pyramid. The implications ripple outward from these statistics, raising questions that extend far beyond simple architectural achievement. Dr. Richard Hansen first brought international attention to La Danta during his expeditions to the Mirador Basin in the 1980s. His team faced the dual challenge of accessing one of the most remote archaeological sites in the Americas, while documenting structures that had been systematically overlooked by mainstream Maya scholarship. The pyramid sits within El Mirador, a sprawling ceremonial complex that flourished during the late pre-classic period, roughly 400 BCE to 100 CE. This timeline places La Danta's construction during an era when Maya civilization supposedly lacked the organizational capacity for such monumental projects. The dating presents its own puzzle. Carbon analysis of organic materials embedded in the pyramid's mortar suggests construction began as early as 600 BCE, predating the classic Maya period by several centuries. This chronology conflicts with established models of Maya cultural development, which position the great architectural achievements much later in the civilization's timeline. If La Danta truly represents early Maya engineering, then our understanding of their technological progression requires fundamental revision. Walking through the jungle toward La Danta creates an almost surreal experience. The pyramid's slopes have been colonized by massive cecropia and strangler fig trees, their root systems intertwining with ancient limestone blocks. From ground level, the structure appears to be nothing more than a jungle-covered hill. Only when viewed from elevated positions, or through LiDAR imaging, does its true geometric precision become apparent. The pyramid consists of multiple platforms and terraces, each carefully engineered to create the illusion of a natural mountain, while maintaining perfect mathematical proportions. The construction techniques employed at La Danta demonstrate sophisticated engineering knowledge. The builders used a combination of limestone blocks and rubble fill, bound together with a lime-based mortar that has proven remarkably durable across millennia. Core samples reveal internal drainage systems designed to prevent water damage, suggesting the architects understood the long-term challenges posed by Guatemala's tropical climate. These technical solutions required extensive planning and coordination, indicating a level of social organization that archaeologists once believed impossible for pre-classic Maya society. Recent LiDAR surveys of the broader Mirador Basin have revealed La Danta as part of an interconnected urban landscape spanning over 650 square miles. Elevated causeways, some reaching 130 feet in width, connect La Danta to dozens of other ceremonial complexes throughout the region. This network suggests coordination between multiple population centers, requiring communication and resource management on a scale that challenges traditional models of ancient Maya political organization. The pyramid's astronomical alignments add another layer to its mystery. La Danta's primary stairway faces due north, while secondary structures align with significant celestial events including solstices and the rising points of Venus. These orientations required precise observational astronomy, indicating that the builders possessed sophisticated knowledge of celestial mechanics. The integration of astronomical and architectural elements suggests La Danta served functions beyond simple religious ceremony, potentially operating as an educational center for astronomical observation and calendar calculation. Perhaps most intriguing are the traces of pigmentation discovered on La Danta's partially exposed surfaces. Spectral analysis has identified remnants of red and blue paint, suggesting the entire structure was once covered in brilliant colors. Reconstructions based on these findings depict La Danta not as the moss-covered mound visible today, but as a blazing beacon of color rising above the rainforest canopy. The visual impact of such a monument would have been staggering, visible from considerable distances across the flat landscape of the Petén region. The logistics of La Danta's construction raise questions that archaeology has yet to fully address. Conservative estimates suggest the project required moving over 15 million tons of stone and fill material. Without draft animals or wheeled vehicles, this massive undertaking would have demanded enormous labor forces working across multiple generations. Population estimates for the Mirador Basin during the pyramid's construction period struggle to account for the necessary workforce, suggesting either larger populations than previously believed or the mobilization of laborers from across the Maya world. Environmental evidence compounds these mysteries. Pollen analysis from sediment cores indicates the Mirador Basin supported extensive agricultural systems capable of feeding large populations. These findings challenge assumptions about the region's carrying capacity and suggest the ancient Maya engineered their landscape far more extensively than currently recognized. The relationship between agricultural intensification and monumental construction at sites like La Danta remains poorly understood, representing a crucial gap in our knowledge of ancient Maya society. Modern conservation efforts at La Danta face unprecedented challenges. The site's remote location provides natural protection from looting, but also limits research access and preservation resources. Climate change threatens the delicate balance between the pyramid and its jungle environment, while illegal logging and drug trafficking create security concerns for research teams. Dr. Hansen's Mirador, Kalakmul Karst Basin Biosphere Reserve, represents an ambitious attempt to protect both the archaeological remains and their ecological context, but funding limitations continually threaten these efforts. The broader implications of La Danta extend beyond Maya studies into fundamental questions about human civilization. If small-scale societies could organize projects of such magnitude during the pre-classic period, what other achievements might remain hidden beneath jungle canopies or desert sands? La Danta stands as a reminder that our knowledge of ancient capabilities remains incomplete, with discoveries waiting in the world's most remote corners. The pyramid's story continues to evolve as new technologies reveal details invisible to earlier generations of archaeologists. Each LiDAR flight unveils additional structures, each soil sample provides new chronological data, and each conservation season exposes more of the painted surfaces hidden beneath centuries of vegetation. La Danta waits patiently in its jungle cathedral, holding secrets that may reshape our understanding of what ancient civilizations could accomplish when ambition met knowledge in the shadows of deep time. The Bastion of Rennes-le-Château. In 1885, a poverty-stricken priest named Berenguer Saunière arrived in the forgotten village of Rennes-le-Château, nestled in the foothills of the French Pyrenees. Within a decade, this humble clergyman had transformed from a man who could barely afford bread into someone funding elaborate renovations, commissioning expensive artwork, and entertaining nobility from across Europe. When he died in 1917, he took with him secrets that have spawned countless theories, treasure hunts, and whispered legends that refuse to fade. The transformation began, according to village records, when Saunière started restoring the crumbling Church of St. Mary Magdalene in 1891. During these renovations, something changed. The exact nature of this change remains one of history's most tantalizing puzzles. but the evidence of its impact surrounds visitors to this day. Ornate towers, mysterious sculptures, and cryptic inscriptions emerged from what should have been a simple church repair project. This wasn't merely a case of unexpected inheritance or lucky investment. Church records show Saunier's annual salary was 900 francs, yet between 1896 and 1915, he spent what historians estimate to be equivalent of several $1,000,000 in today's currency. Bank records from Toulouse reveal deposits that averaged 150,000 francs annually during his peak years. The source of this wealth has never been satisfactorily explained by conventional history. The priest's construction projects tell their own story of enigma. He built the Villa Bethania, an elegant residence that seemed to serve no practical purpose for a village clergyman. Adjacent to it rose the Tour Magdala, a tower library that offered commanding views of the surrounding countryside. But it's the details within these structures that hint at deeper mysteries. Hidden compartments, unusual geometric patterns in the stonework, and alignments that correspond to specific astronomical events suggest purposes beyond mere vanity. Inside the renovated church, Saunier installed decorations that continue to perplex theological scholars. Above the entrance, he placed an inscription that translates to, "This place is terrible," an unusual welcome for a house of worship. The holy water font rests upon a statue of the demon Asmodeus, a figure associated in medieval lore with guarding hidden treasures. The church's Stations of the Cross contain subtle anomalies, deviations from traditional iconography that seem to encode hidden meanings. Contemporary accounts from villagers describe Saunier's peculiar habits during this period of mysterious wealth. He conducted extensive correspondence with unknown parties across Europe, receiving packages and visitors from Paris, Rome, and distant corners of the continent. Local postmaster records show he sent and received an unusually high volume of mail for a rural priest, often in languages other than French. At night, residents reported seeing lights in the cemetery where Saunier was observed moving stones and conducting activities he never explained. The theories surrounding Saunier's transformation span the spectrum from historical intrigue to mystical speculation. Some researchers propose he discovered documents proving alternative versions of early Christian history, particularly relating to Mary Magdalene and the bloodline theories that would later inspire countless novels and films. Others suggest he uncovered Visigothic treasure, hidden in the region during the barbarian migrations of the 5th century. Archaeological surveys have confirmed the area was indeed a significant Visigothic settlement, lending credence to this possibility. More elaborate theories connect Rennes-le-Château to the Knights Templar, suggesting Saunier discovered proof of secret Templar activities in the region centuries after their official dissolution. The geometric patterns in his constructions do align with known Templar symbolism, and the area's geography places it along historical routes used by the medieval order. However, definitive proof of such connections remains elusive, buried perhaps as deeply as the original source of the priest's wealth. Banking records from the period reveal another layer of mystery. Saunier's account showed regular deposits from a Countess of Chambord, but the amounts far exceeded what would be expected from typical ecclesiastical patronage. Additionally, analysis of his spending patterns shows purchases of rare books, manuscripts, and artifacts that suggest interests extending far beyond local parish concerns. He acquired texts in Latin, Hebrew, and Greek, focusing on subjects ranging from medieval alchemy to early Christian apocrypha. The priest's relationship with the Bishop of Carcassonne deteriorated significantly after his mysterious enrichment began. Church correspondence reveals growing tension over Saunier's refusal to explain his activities or the source of his funds. In 1910, he was formally suspended from his duties, yet continued to live lavishly in his custom-built domain. This defiance suggests either extreme confidence in his position or knowledge that provided immunity from conventional ecclesiastical authority. Recent archaeological investigations using ground-penetrating radar have detected anomalous structures beneath both the church and Saunier's villa. These underground spaces remain unexplored due to legal restrictions, but their existence confirms the priest's construction projects extended below ground level. Whatever Saunier was protecting or concealing may still rest beneath the picturesque village that bears no resemblance to the impoverished hamlet he first encountered. The enduring fascination with Rennes-le-Château stems partly from its connection to larger historical mysteries. The region served as a crossroads for Cathars, Templars, and other groups whose activities challenge conventional historical narratives. Saunier's story intersects with these deeper currents in ways that suggest his discovery, whatever its nature, connected to broader patterns of hidden knowledge and suppressed history. Modern visitors to Rennes-le-Château can walk through Saunier's creations, examining the cryptic symbols and architectural anomalies that continue to resist explanation. The tour guides speak in careful terms about alleged discoveries and possible theories, but the physical evidence remains undeniably strange. A poor priest transformed his world through means that official history cannot adequately explain, and the secrets he harbored died with him in a village that guards its mysteries as carefully today as it did over a century ago. The Babylon Battery, ancient power source. In 1938, German archaeologist Wilhelm König made a discovery in the basement of the Baghdad Museum that would challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient technology. Among dusty artifacts catalogued decades earlier, he found a small clay jar containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod. What König saw wasn't just another piece of pottery. It was what appeared to be a 2,000-year-old battery. The object had been excavated from Kujut Rabu, just outside Baghdad, in the 1930s. At first glance, nothing about this terracotta vessel seemed remarkable. Standing just over 5 inches tall, it looked like countless other storage containers from the Parthian period. But König's background in electrical engineering allowed him to see something others had missed. The copper cylinder showed signs of corrosion, consistent with acid exposure. The iron rod had been carefully insulated from the copper with bitumen. Every component suggested a galvanic cell, a device capable of generating electricity through chemical reaction. The implications were staggering. If König was right, this humble jar predated Alessandro Volta's first battery by nearly 18 centuries. The Parthians, it seemed, had discovered electrochemical principles that modern science wouldn't recognize until 1800. When König published his theory in 1940, the archaeological community remained largely skeptical. How could an ancient civilization have understood electrical principles? What would they have used such a device for? The questions seemed to multiply faster than the answers, but König wasn't finished. His research revealed that similar objects had been found throughout Mesopotamia. None had been properly analyzed because no one thought to look for signs of electrical activity. These weren't isolated curiosities, they represented a pattern, a technology that had somehow been lost to time. The mystery deepened when researchers began examining the artifacts more closely. The copper cylinders showed clear signs of having contained an acidic solution. Experiments conducted with replicas demonstrated that when filled with vinegar or lemon juice, these devices could indeed produce measurable electrical current, not enough to power modern appliances, but sufficient for specific applications that ancient peoples might have found valuable. One theory emerged that captured imaginations worldwide. Could these batteries have been used for electroplating? Archaeological evidence from the region includes artifacts that appear to have been coated with thin layers of gold or silver through some unknown process. Traditional fire-based gilding leaves telltale marks that are absent from many ancient pieces. Electroplating, however, would explain the even, microscopically thin metal coatings found on ceremonial objects throughout Mesopotamia. Skeptics pointed out that no ancient texts describe electrical phenomena, but supporters of the battery theory argued that technological knowledge has been lost before. The formula for Greek fire vanished. Roman concrete techniques weren't replicated for over 1,000 years. Perhaps the Parthians understood electricity in purely practical terms, without developing the theoretical framework that would allow them to describe it in ways modern science would recognize. The Baghdad battery gained renewed attention in the 1970s, when pyramid researcher John DeSalvo conducted extensive experiments with replica devices. His team discovered that connecting multiple jars in series could produce enough current for practical applications. More intriguingly, they found evidence that the original artifacts might have been part of larger systems, networks of interconnected batteries that could have generated substantial electrical power. But questions remained. Why would ancient peoples need electricity? What applications would justify the effort required to construct and maintain these devices? Some researchers proposed that the batteries powered medical treatments, early forms of electrical therapy that might have been used to treat pain or other ailments. Ancient Mesopotamian texts do describe healing practices that involve mysterious tingling sensations and treatments that required specially prepared vessels. Others suggested a religious purpose. Perhaps these devices were used to create supernatural effects in temple ceremonies, generating sparks or mild shocks that would convince worshippers they were witnessing divine power. The line between technology and magic has always been thin, and a civilization that could harness invisible forces would wield tremendous spiritual authority. Archaeological evidence continues to complicate the picture. Similar objects have been found in Egypt, dating to periods when Mesopotamian and Egyptian civilizations were in contact. If battery technology existed, it seems to have spread along established trade routes, but no clear documentation of its use has survived in hieroglyphic records or cuneiform tablets. Modern analysis using electron microscopy and chemical testing has confirmed that the Baghdad artifacts do show signs of electrochemical activity. The copper cylinders bear microscopic traces of galvanic corrosion. The iron rods display oxidation patterns consistent with electrical flow. These aren't results that can be easily dismissed or explained by conventional archaeological theories, yet mainstream archaeology remains cautious. The Baghdad battery represents exactly the kind of anomalous evidence that can overturn established historical narratives. If ancient peoples possessed electrical technology, what other capabilities might they have developed? How much of our understanding of technological progress might be fundamentally incorrect? The mystery acquired tragic dimensions during the 2003 invasion of Iraq. The Baghdad Museum was looted, and many artifacts, including several suspected battery components, disappeared into the black market antiquities trade. Pieces that might have provided definitive answers to questions about ancient electrical knowledge are now scattered across private collections, their scientific value lost to geopolitical chaos. What remains are tantalizing fragments of a story that challenges our assumptions about human technological development. The Baghdad battery forces us to consider possibilities that don't fit neatly into established historical frameworks. Perhaps ancient civilizations possessed knowledge that later cultures simply forgot. Perhaps technological advancement isn't the linear progression we imagine, but something more cyclical, subject to loss, rediscovery, and loss again. The truth about the Baghdad battery continues to elude us, but its existence suggests that the ancients might have understood more about the forces that shape our world than we've given them credit for. In a small clay jar, 2 millennia old, lies evidence that human ingenuity has always sought to harness the invisible powers that surround us. The elongated skulls of Paracas.
In 1928, archaeologist Julio Tello made a discovery in Peru's Paracas Peninsula that would challenge conventional understanding of human anatomy for nearly a century. Buried beneath desert sand lay hundreds of mummified remains, each bearing skulls so dramatically elongated they seemed to belong to an entirely different species. The craniums were massive, not just stretched, but genuinely enlarged, with volumes up to 25% greater than modern human skulls. The bone structure itself appeared fundamentally different, featuring unusual suture patterns and missing sagittal sutures that typically divide the human skull. Some specimens measured over 30 centimeters in length, dwarfing anything seen in contemporary populations. Initially, archaeologists attributed these formations to cranial binding, a practice documented across various ancient cultures. The process involved wrapping infants' heads with boards and cloth, gradually reshaping the growing skull over months or years. Yet the Paracas specimens presented anomalies that this explanation couldn't address. Dr. Michael Alford, a specialist in cranial deformation, examined several specimens in 2014. His analysis revealed that while binding could indeed elongate skulls, it compressed brain volume rather than expanding it. The Paracas skulls, however, maintained or exceeded normal brain capacity while achieving their unusual proportions. The mechanics simply didn't align with known binding techniques. Carbon dating placed these remains between 800 and 100 BCE, during the flourishing of the Paracas civilization. This culture had produced some of the world's finest textiles, featuring intricate designs and vivid colors that remain brilliant today. Their artistic sophistication suggested a highly developed society, yet historical records offered no explanation for their distinctive cranial morphology. The skulls exhibited other peculiarities that separated them from typical human anatomy. Many possessed only 2 parietal plates instead of the standard 3. The occipital bone forming the back of the skull often displayed unusual thickness and density. Dental analysis revealed teeth arranged differently than modern human patterns, with some specimens showing pronounced prognathism. In 2013, researcher Brian Forster collected samples from several Paracas skulls for DNA analysis. The initial mitochondrial DNA results yielded sequences that didn't match known human haplogroups. The laboratory reported finding genetic markers that appeared to be most similar to populations from the Black Sea region, thousands of miles from Peru. These findings sparked intense debate within the scientific community. Dr. Sarah Martinez, a geneticist at the Universidad Nacional Mayor de San Marcos, cautioned against drawing premature conclusions from incomplete genetic data. Ancient DNA degradation could produce misleading results, she noted, and contamination remained a constant concern with archaeological specimens. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that the dental and cranial anomalies warranted further investigation through multiple independent laboratories. Local Peruvian traditions preserved stories that might relate to these unusual remains. Inca oral histories spoke of the Viracocha, described as tall, pale beings who possessed advanced knowledge and helped establish early civilizations. Some contemporary researchers have hypothesized connections between these legends and the elongated skull populations, though such links remain speculative. The geographic distribution of elongated skulls extends far beyond Paracas. Similar specimens have been discovered in Malta, Egypt, Russia, and various locations throughout Europe and Asia. This global presence raises questions about whether the phenomenon resulted from independent cultural practices or represented something more interconnected. Archaeological evidence from Paracas suggests that individuals with elongated skulls held positions of significance within their society. They were often buried with elaborate textiles, gold ornaments, and other precious artifacts indicating high social status. This pattern implies that cranial elongation, whether natural or induced, conveyed prestige or marked particular lineages within the community. The site itself presents additional mysteries. Paracas skulls were discovered in underground burial chambers carved directly into bedrock. The precision of these excavations, accomplished without metal tools, demonstrates remarkable engineering capabilities. Some chambers contained dozens of mummies, arranged in specific patterns that might have held ceremonial or astronomical significance. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have identified numerous unexplored burial sites throughout the Paracas Peninsula. Many of these locations remain off-limits to researchers due to Peruvian heritage protection laws, leaving potentially crucial evidence inaccessible. The few sites that have been properly excavated continue yielding anomalous specimens that resist easy categorization. Climate analysis indicates that the Paracas region experienced significant environmental changes during the period when these civilizations flourished. Shifting weather patterns may have triggered population movements, potentially explaining the apparent genetic diversity found in skull samples. However, this environmental factor doesn't address the fundamental anatomical differences observed in the specimens. Modern medical examination has ruled out pathological conditions as explanations for the cranial variations. Hydrocephalus, acromegaly, and other disorders that can affect skull shape produce recognizable patterns absent in the Paracas specimens. The consistency of anatomical features across hundreds of individuals suggests a stable population characteristic rather than sporadic medical anomalies. The preservation quality of Paracas mummies has enabled detailed soft tissue analysis. CT scans reveal brain cavity volumes that correlate with the enlarged cranial capacity, indicating that the skulls contained proportionally larger brains. Whether this size difference translated to cognitive advantages remains unknown and likely unknowable given current technological limitations. Photography restrictions and limited academic access have hampered broader scientific analysis of the collection. Many specimens remain in private collections or museums with strict viewing policies. This situation has frustrated researchers seeking to apply modern analytical techniques to resolve outstanding questions about the skull's origins. The debate surrounding Paracas skulls reflects broader tensions within archaeology between conventional interpretations and anomalous evidence. While most mainstream scholars maintain that cranial binding provides adequate explanation for the elongated shapes, a minority argues that the anatomical differences suggest either unknown human populations or extraordinary developmental processes not yet understood by modern science. As new analytical methods become available and access to specimens gradually expands, the mysteries of Paracas may eventually yield clearer answers. Until then, these ancient craniums continue challenging our assumptions about human diversity and the hidden complexities of civilizations that flourished along Peru's desert coast over 2 millennia ago. The elongated skulls of Paracas remain suspended between explanation and enigma, their silent testimony preserving secrets that conventional archaeology has yet to fully unlock.
The stone spheres of the Dicuis. In 1940, workers clearing jungle for a banana plantation in Costa Rica's Dicuis Delta stopped their machines mid-cut. Emerging from centuries of vine and root were stone spheres so geometrically perfect they seemed impossible, some small enough to hold, others towering over grown men, each carved with a precision that defied explanation. The United Fruit Company had stumbled upon one of archaeology's most enduring puzzles. These weren't crude approximations of roundness. Measurements revealed spherical accuracy within millimeters across diameters spanning up to 8 feet. The mathematical perfection suggested knowledge of advanced geometric principles, yet the spheres predated any known civilization in this region capable of such craftsmanship. Local Dequise people had no oral traditions explaining their creation, speaking of them only as relics from the old ones who came before memory. Dr. Doris Stone, the archaeologist who first studied them systematically, found herself confronting an uncomfortable reality. The spheres displayed craftsmanship that shouldn't exist in pre-Columbian Costa Rica. Made primarily of gabbro, a volcanic rock harder than granite, they showed evidence of techniques requiring tools and knowledge that archaeological records suggested weren't available to ancient inhabitants of this region. The creation process alone presents cascading mysteries. Gabbro quarries lay dozens of miles from where the spheres were found, meaning massive stones weighing up to 15 tons had been transported across difficult terrain. The shaping would have required understanding of three-dimensional geometry that leaves modern sculptors impressed. Some researchers have attempted to recreate smaller versions using traditional tools and methods available to ancient peoples. The results, while admirable efforts, fall far short of the original's precision. What deepens the enigma are the patterns of their placement. When found in their original positions before decades of looting and relocation scattered them, the spheres often appeared in straight lines, triangular formations, and complex geometric arrangements. Some alignments pointed toward magnetic north with startling accuracy. Others seemed oriented toward astronomical events, though no consistent pattern has emerged that explains their celestial significance. The timeline adds another layer of confusion. Radiocarbon dating of organic material found near the spheres suggests they were created between 600 and 1000 CE. This places them within the period of the Dequise culture, a sophisticated society known for intricate goldwork and elaborate burial practices. Yet nothing else in the Dequise archaeological record suggests capabilities necessary for creating such precise stone spheres. It's as if one specific technology appeared and vanished, leaving no evolutionary trail of development or decline. Local legends, while sparse, hint at purposes beyond mere decoration. Some stories speak of the spheres as markers of territory, cosmic maps, or repositories of ancestral knowledge. Others describe them as gifts from sky beings who once walked among the people. These narratives, collected decades after the sphere's discovery, must be approached carefully, as they may reflect later interpretations influenced by outside contact rather than authentic pre-Columbian understanding. The looting that followed their discovery destroyed much potential evidence. Wealthy collectors and museums acquired spheres without documenting their original contexts, erasing clues about their arrangement and purpose. Many were moved to adorn gardens and plazas, beautiful but stripped of archaeological significance. This cultural vandalism eliminated opportunities to understand the spheres as part of a larger system rather than isolated curiosities. Recent research has revealed previously unknown details that complicate existing theories. Ground-penetrating radar has located additional spheres still buried throughout the region, suggesting the known examples represent only a fraction of what was created. Some of these hidden spheres appear to be positioned in patterns extending for miles, implying a coordinated effort involving multiple communities working toward a unified purpose. The tools question remains particularly vexing. Creating such precise spheres would require controlled percussion techniques, measuring instruments for maintaining geometric accuracy, and methods for achieving uniform surface finish. Experimental archaeology has shown that while possible using stone tools, the time investment would be enormous, potentially years for a single large sphere. This suggests either a dedication to perfection that dominated ancient Dequise society, or knowledge of more efficient techniques than we've credited them with possessing. Geological analysis has added unexpected dimensions to the mystery. While most spheres are carved from local gabbro, several are made from stone types not found naturally in Costa Rica. These materials had to be imported from considerable distances, indicating trade networks or procurement expeditions specifically for sphere creation. The investment of resources and labor suggests purposes far beyond mere artistic expression. Some researchers propose the spheres served as astronomical calculators, their positions encoding information about celestial cycles important for agriculture or ceremony. Others suggest they marked territorial boundaries or sacred sites, their permanence and visibility serving to communicate across generations. A more controversial theory posits they were components of a now-lost technology, their precise spherical shape serving functions we can't reconstruct from remaining evidence. The mathematical precision has attracted attention from engineers and physicists seeking to understand how such accuracy was achieved. Computer modeling of the creation process reveals the sophisticated understanding of three-dimensional geometry required. Each sphere would need constant measurement and adjustment throughout carving, requiring instruments and techniques that challenge assumptions about pre-Columbian technological capabilities. What makes the Dequis spheres particularly intriguing is their uniqueness. Similar stone spheres exist at a few other locations worldwide, but none match the precision, scale, or systematic arrangement found in Costa Rica. This isolation raises questions about whether the spheres represent independent invention or connection to a broader knowledge tradition that left few other traces. The spheres continue revealing secrets. New analytical techniques detect tool marks and construction sequences previously invisible, providing insights into creation methods. Environmental studies of their original settings suggest they were part of larger architectural complexes now lost to time and jungle growth. Each discovery adds pieces to a puzzle whose complete picture remains tantalizingly out of reach. Today, the surviving spheres in Costa Rica stand as protected archaeological treasures and UNESCO World Heritage Sites. They draw visitors who, like those banana plantation workers 8 decades ago, find themselves confronted by evidence of capabilities that don't fit comfortable historical narratives. The Dequis spheres remain what they've always been, perfectly executed questions carved in stone, waiting for answers that may lie buried in knowledge as lost as the civilization that created them. The cave paintings of Altamira. When Marcelino Sanz de Sautuola's 8-year-old daughter Maria looked up at the ceiling of that Spanish cave in 1879 and whispered, "Toros, Papa, toros," she unknowingly triggered one of archaeology's most heated controversies. The bulls she saw dancing across the stone weren't just paintings. They were impossibly sophisticated masterpieces that predated civilization itself by 15,000 years. The scientific establishment of the time couldn't accept what they were seeing. Art this refined, this expressive, this human simply couldn't exist in the Paleolithic period. Sautuola faced accusations of fraud. Experts dismissed Altamira as an elaborate hoax. The paintings were too good, too advanced, too emotionally resonant to be the work of primitive cave dwellers. But Maria had been right all along. The bulls were real, and they held secrets that we're still trying to understand today. Hidden beneath the hills of northern Spain, the Altamira cave system stretches nearly 300 meters into darkness. The main hall, where Maria made her discovery, rises 14 meters high and spans 18 meters wide. But it's not the size that takes your breath away when you enter. It's the ceiling. Archaeologists call it the Sistine Chapel of prehistoric art, and once you've seen photographs, you understand why. 18 life-sized bison dominate the painted ceiling, their bodies contorted in motion, some standing alert, others curled in death throes. The unknown artists used the natural bulges and curves of the rock to give their creations three-dimensional form. A shoulder emerges from a limestone protrusion. A back follows the gentle arc of the stone. The effect is so convincing that the animals seem to move in flickering torchlight. But here's what makes Altamira truly extraordinary. These aren't crude stick figures or primitive scratches. The artists understood perspective, shading, and proportion. They mixed pigments with a sophistication that rivals Renaissance techniques. They created art that wouldn't look out of place in a modern gallery. Magdalenian hunters, living at the edge of survival during the last ice age, somehow found the time, resources, and inspiration to create beauty that still moves us 20 millennia later. The pigments themselves tell a remarkable story. Analysis reveals a complex palette of ochres, charcoal, and iron oxides. The painters didn't just grab whatever was handy. They traveled considerable distances to source specific minerals. Red ochre came from deposits 30 kilometers away. Certain black pigments required materials found even farther afield. Someone made deliberate choices about color, texture, and permanence. The painting techniques show an understanding of chemistry that we're only beginning to appreciate. Artists would blow pigment through hollow bones to create spray paint effects. They mixed their colors with animal fats and plant extracts to ensure adhesion and longevity. They prepared the cave walls, cleaning and sometimes etching the surface before applying paint. This wasn't casual doodling. It was planned, sophisticated art making. Dating techniques have revealed something even more intriguing. The paintings weren't created all at once. Radiocarbon analysis shows artistic activity spanning thousands of years. Multiple generations returned to Altamira, adding their own visions to the ancient gallery. The cave became a sacred space, revisited across centuries by people who felt compelled to contribute to something larger than themselves. But why bison? The cave contains depictions of other animals too. Horses, deer, boars, and even a few human hands pressed against the walls in red ochre silhouettes. Yet the bison dominate, painted with such care and attention that they seem to embody some fundamental meaning. Some archaeologists suggest the animals represent the spiritual beliefs of the Magdalenian people. Others propose they served as hunting magic, sympathetic rituals designed to ensure successful hunts. The positioning of the paintings offers another puzzle. The main ceiling gallery lies deep within the cave system, far from the entrance where people actually lived. Reaching the painted chamber requires crawling through narrow passages, navigating drops and climbs, venturing into absolute darkness. The journey itself becomes ritualistic. Whoever wanted to see the paintings had to commit to the pilgrimage. Recent discoveries have added new layers to the mystery. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed additional chambers, some still sealed and unexplored. Acoustic studies show that the painted areas have unique sound properties. Voices carry differently here. Drum beats resonate in specific ways. The cave artists might have chosen their locations as much for sonic qualities as visual ones. The hand stencils scattered throughout Altamira pose their own questions. Created by placing a hand against the wall and blowing pigment around it, these negative impressions feel startlingly personal. Analysis of the hand sizes suggests both men and women participated in the cave rituals. Some hands show apparent deformities or missing fingers, leading to speculation about ritual mutilation or symbolic practices we can no longer understand. One detail continues to baffle researchers. Many of the animal paintings show obsessive attention to eyes and facial expressions. The artists captured something beyond mere physical accuracy. They painted emotion, personality, individual character into each creature. Why did this matter so much to people focused on basic survival? What drove them to spend precious resources creating beauty they might never see again? Modern visitors to Altamira face their own mysteries. The original cave is now closed to prevent damage from carbon dioxide and humidity changes caused by human breath. A replica cave, built with painstaking accuracy, offers the only way most people can experience the paintings. Standing in that artificial reconstruction, you're seeing exact copies of art created by people whose names we'll never know, whose languages have vanished, whose dreams we can only glimpse in ochre and charcoal on stone walls. The children who crawl through darkness to reach Altamira's painted chamber today follow the same path taken by Maria Sautuola nearly 150 years ago. They look up at the same bison, frozen in their eternal dance across the ceiling, and sometimes, just sometimes, they whisper the same words of wonder that started this incredible journey into our species' creative soul. The artists of Altamira left us no written records, no explanations, no guidebooks to their intentions. They left only beauty, mysteriously preserved in Spanish darkness, waiting for wandering children to rediscover what it means to be magnificently, inexplicably human. The Coricancha, Quest for the Golden Temple. When Spanish conquistadors first entered Cuzco in 1533, they wrote letters home describing walls so thick with gold that sunlight couldn't touch the stone beneath. Francisco Pizarro's men found sheets of precious metal covering every surface of a temple complex they could barely comprehend. They called it the most magnificent structure in the New World. The Incas called it Coricancha, the Golden Enclosure. What those Spanish soldiers dismantled and melted down in their savage haste may have been only the beginning of something far more extraordinary hiding beneath. Today, the Church of Santo Domingo sits atop the original foundations of Coricancha, its Baroque towers rising from Incan stonework, so precise that 5 centuries of earthquakes haven't shifted the joints. But recent archaeological surveys suggest the conquistadors, in their frenzied extraction of surface gold, may have missed entire chambers sealed within the temple's deeper layers. The original Coricancha wasn't simply a building covered in gold. According to chroniclers like Garcilaso de la Vega, himself descended from Incan nobility, the temple complex contained 6 separate shrines arranged around a central courtyard. Each shrine honored a different aspect of Incan cosmology: the sun, moon, stars, thunder, rainbow, and lightning, and each was said to contain not just golden ornaments, but solid gold sculptures, life-sized llamas carved from single blocks of precious metal, and even a garden where every plant, every blade of grass, was crafted in gold and silver. The Spanish documentation of this wealth is meticulous, almost obsessive. They recorded melting down 24 tons of gold and silver in the first months after conquest. But here's where the historical record becomes curious. Incan oral traditions, preserved by families who survived the conquest, speak of chambers that were sealed before the Spanish arrived. Priests who had warning of the invasion supposedly closed off sections of the temple, using techniques that made the entrances invisible. Modern ground-penetrating radar has detected anomalies beneath the current church structure. In 2019, a team from the Universidad Nacional de San Antonio Abad del Cusco identified what appear to be void spaces consistent with sealed chambers. The Peruvian government hasn't authorized excavation, but thermal imaging shows temperature variations that suggest hollow areas extending far deeper than the known foundations. The deeper mystery of Coricancha isn't just about hidden gold, it's about hidden knowledge. Spanish chronicler Juan de Betanzos recorded that the temple housed golden tablets inscribed with the history of the world. These weren't decorative ornaments. According to Incan tradition, they were repositories of accumulated wisdom, astronomical calculations, engineering principles, medical knowledge, and historical records spanning centuries. When we examine what the Incas achieved architecturally, the possibility of such advanced record-keeping becomes less fantastical. The stonework visible today at Coricancha's base consists of precisely cut granite blocks, some weighing over 90 tons, fitted together without mortar so perfectly that earthquake forces simply can't find a weak point. The Spanish couldn't replicate this technique, neither can we, using modern tools. The most intriguing accounts come from Pedro Sarmiento de Gamboa, whose 1572 chronicle describes a chamber beneath Coricancha where golden vessels were arranged in perfect order, containing substances unknown to Christian science. He writes of powders that glowed with their own light, liquids that never froze despite the mountain cold, and metal alloys that seemed to repair themselves when scratched. These descriptions might be dismissed as colonial exaggeration, except for one troubling detail. Sarmiento was writing an official report for King Philip II, not entertainment literature. Making false claims to the Spanish crown about the value of conquistador findings would have been career suicide, possibly literal suicide. Contemporary analysis of gold artifacts that survived Spanish melting reveals alloy compositions that puzzle modern metallurgists. Some contain platinum, which requires temperatures above 1,700 degrees Celsius to work, temperatures the Incas supposedly couldn't achieve. Others show microscopic crystal structures that suggest techniques we've only developed in the last 50 years. The astronomical alignments of Coricancha's windows point to specific star positions, but not as they appeared during the Incan period. Dr. David Dearborn of the Lawrence Livermore Observatory calculated that the sightlines match stellar positions from approximately 650 CE, 4 centuries before the Incan Empire existed. This suggests either the temple was built on a much older site, or the Incas possessed astronomical records spanning generations of observation. Local residents of the neighborhood surrounding Santo Domingo Church report phenomena that might be coincidental, or might not be. Water wells in the area maintain constant temperatures year-round. Cellars dug for modern construction reveal layers of worked stone at depths where no foundations should exist. And during the 1950 earthquake that destroyed much of Cusco, the colonial church above Coricancha sustained damage, but the Incan walls beneath showed no new cracks whatsoever. The most compelling evidence for sealed chambers comes from acoustic analysis. Sound engineers testing the church for restoration work in 2001 documented echo patterns that indicate large hollow spaces beneath the structure. The echo signatures don't match the mapped layout of known rooms and corridors. Perhaps most remarkably, Spanish records show they continued finding gold caches hidden throughout Cusco for decades after the initial conquest. Not small amounts, major discoveries that suggested systematic concealment. If the Incas had months or even years of warning about Spanish intentions, as some evidence suggests, they would have had time for elaborate concealment projects. The question haunting archaeologists isn't whether hidden chambers exist beneath Coricancha, it's whether we'll ever gain access to explore them. The Church of Santo Domingo remains an active religious site. The Peruvian government balances archaeological curiosity against preservation concerns and indigenous rights, and local Quechua communities, descendants of the original temple builders, maintain that some knowledge should remain undisturbed. But occasionally, during certain weather conditions when humidity levels shift, visitors to the church report a strange phenomenon. The ancient Incan walls seem to emit a subtle warmth, as if something deep within the stone still holds the memory of sunlight, or perhaps the glow of gold that waits in darkness, keeping its 500-year vigil for someone worthy enough to find it. The Lost Labyrinth of Egypt. 2,500 years ago, the Greek historian Herodotus walked the sun-baked sands of Egypt and witnessed something that left him speechless. This man, who had documented the wonders of the ancient world with methodical precision, stood before a structure so vast and intricate that he declared it more impressive than the pyramids themselves. Yet today, we can visit Giza and touch the limestone blocks of Khufu's monument. We cannot find a single stone of what Herodotus called the greatest architectural achievement of human hands. The lost labyrinth of Egypt has vanished so completely that modern scholars debate whether it ever existed at all. Herodotus wasn't alone in his testimony. Strabo, the renowned geographer, described the same impossible structure. Pliny the Elder documented its chambers. Diodorus Siculus marveled at its complexity. These weren't dreamers or storytellers. They were historians who staked their reputations on accuracy. Yet their collective witness points to something that seems to have been erased from the earth itself. According to these ancient accounts, the labyrinth stood near the city of Arsinoe, in what we now call the Fayum region. Herodotus claimed it contained 3,000 rooms, half underground, half above. The underground chambers were forbidden to him, reserved for sacred crocodiles and the tombs of kings. But the upper level alone took his breath away. Corridors wound through courtyards that opened onto halls that led to passages that doubled back on themselves in patterns so complex that guides were essential for survival. The historian wrote that the labyrinth surpassed even the pyramids because while those monuments inspired awe through their mass, the labyrinth achieved something far more sophisticated. It captured human consciousness itself, trapping visitors in a web of architectural psychology that transformed the simple act of walking into something approaching madness. What purpose could such a structure serve? The ancient sources suggest it wasn't built for glory or burial, but for something more fundamental. Strabo indicated it served as a meeting place for Egypt's nomes, administrative districts, where representatives from across the kingdom would gather. The labyrinthine design might have been intentional, forcing visitors to slow down, to contemplate, to arrive at the center in a state of heightened awareness. Modern attempts to locate the labyrinth have yielded frustratingly incomplete results. In 1888, Flinders Petrie, the father of Egyptian archaeology, discovered extensive ruins near Hawara that he believed matched the ancient descriptions. The site contained massive stone foundations and evidence of a complex that had once covered 13 acres. But what Petrie found were fragments, broken stones that hinted at former grandeur without revealing its true nature. More recently, ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted by Mataha expeditions have detected vast underground structures beneath the Hawara site. The radar signature suggests chambers, corridors, and spaces that align eerily with the ancient descriptions. These surveys indicate that something enormous lies beneath the sand, something with the geometric complexity that the historians described. Yet excavation remains impossible. The water table in the region has risen dramatically since ancient times, flooding whatever chambers might exist below ground. Sarah Parcock, whose satellite archaeology has revolutionized the field, has identified additional anomalies in the Fayum region that suggest buried structures extending far beyond what Petrie discovered. The infrared signatures reveal rectilinear patterns beneath the surface, the ghost traces of walls and rooms that once formed something vast and ordered. But here's where the mystery deepens. If this labyrinth was as famous and as massive as the ancient sources indicate, why did it disappear so completely? The pyramids survived because they were built from huge stone blocks that would have been difficult to dismantle and reuse. A labyrinth, with its emphasis on walls and passages rather than solid mass, might have provided a convenient quarry for later builders. The Roman and Byzantine periods saw extensive construction throughout Egypt, and ancient monuments were regularly cannibalized for their stone. Yet this practical explanation doesn't account for the systematic erasure of the labyrinth from historical memory. The pyramids were built for pharaohs whose names we know. The labyrinth, according to some sources, was associated with Amenemhat III of the 12th dynasty, a pharaoh whose reign marked one of ancient Egypt's most prosperous periods. But while Amenemhat's pyramid stands nearby at Hawara, his greater achievement, if the ancient sources are correct, has been reduced to foundation stones and radar anomalies. The Greek sources provide one more tantalizing detail. They suggest the labyrinth contained not just meeting halls and administrative chambers, but sacred spaces where the deepest mysteries of Egyptian religion were practiced. If true, this might explain not just the building's disappearance, but the thoroughness of its obliteration. When Christianity became Egypt's dominant religion, pagan temples were systematically destroyed. A structure associated with the most sacred and secret aspects of the old religion might have been targeted for particularly complete destruction. Recent chemical analysis of stone fragments at the Hawara site has revealed something unexpected. The mortar between stones contains organic compounds that don't match typical Egyptian construction techniques. These compounds suggest preservation methods, techniques for protecting something important from the effects of time and flood. What were the builders of this labyrinth trying to preserve? The underground chambers that Herodotus was forbidden to enter present their own puzzle. He described them as containing the tombs of the 12 kings who ruled Egypt, along with sacred crocodiles. Yet no royal burials have been discovered at the site. Either they remain unfound beneath the risen waters, or the chambers served a purpose that the ancient sources didn't fully understand. Local legends in the Fayum region speak of travelers who entered caves in the area and emerged days later, miles from where they went in, speaking of corridors that led deeper into the earth than should have been possible. These stories might be dismissed as folklore, but they echo the disorientation that ancient visitors to the labyrinth described. The labyrinth's loss represents something larger than missing architecture. It suggests that ancient Egypt possessed capabilities and purposes that we haven't fully grasped. A civilization that could conceive and construct a 3,000-room maze was thinking about space, psychology, and human experience in ways that challenge our assumptions about ancient capabilities. Beneath Egypt's sands, something waits. The radar doesn't lie about the underground structures. The water that prevents excavation also preserves. Perhaps the greatest labyrinth ever built isn't lost, it's simply submerged, waiting for the right combination of technology and determination to reveal what the ancients thought important enough to hide in the heart of an impossible maze. The next time rising waters begin to recede in the Fayum, we might finally walk the corridors that amazed the ancient world. The Oracle of Delphi, Truth in Trance. For nearly 8 centuries, the most powerful leaders of the ancient world made a pilgrimage to a remote mountainside in Greece, seeking answers from a peasant woman who spoke in riddles while writhing in apparent agony. What they heard there would determine whether empires rose or fell, whether wars began or ended, whether entire populations would live or die. The Oracle of Delphi wasn't just a curious religious practice tucked away in the mountains. She was the CNN, the United Nations, and the Federal Reserve of the ancient world, all wrapped into one prophetic voice that emerged from the lips of a woman known as the Pythia. Kings traveled for months to reach her. They brought gold, precious stones, entire treasuries worth of offerings, all for the chance to hear her cryptic pronouncements while she sat balanced precariously over a crack in the earth, breathing in mysterious vapors that seemed to transport her consciousness somewhere beyond the physical realm. The historical record shows us something remarkable. Her advice worked, not always in ways that were immediately obvious, but consistently enough that the sanctuary at Delphi became the wealthiest religious site in the ancient world. Croesus of Lydia consulted her before his fateful war with Cyrus. The Athenians sought her guidance before facing the Persian fleet at Salamis. Even the Romans, with their own elaborate religious traditions, eventually came to rely on her wisdom. But here's what makes the Oracle of Delphi genuinely mysterious, rather than simply historically fascinating. Modern scientists have discovered that the ancient site sits directly over a geological fault where ethylene gas seeps naturally from the earth. Ethylene produces euphoric, trance-like states remarkably similar to those described in ancient accounts of the Pythia's sessions. The vapors the Greeks attributed to Apollo's presence were real, measurable, and psychoactive. Yet this scientific explanation only deepens the mystery. How did an ancient civilization, without any understanding of geology or neurochemistry, construct an entire religious and political system around what we now know to be a legitimate altered state of consciousness? The priests of Apollo didn't randomly choose this location. They identified it specifically because of the strange effects it produced in those who spent time there. The process itself was elaborate and precise. The Pythia would purify herself in the sacred spring, then descend into the Aditon, the innermost chamber of the temple where the vapors were strongest. Ancient sources describe her entering a state that looked remarkably like what modern researchers would recognize as a dissociative trance. She would speak, but not in her own voice or personality. The words that emerged were often fragmented, sometimes incomprehensible, requiring interpretation by the priests who attended her. Those interpretations became some of the most influential political advice in human history. When the Athenians faced the overwhelming might of Xerxes' Persian invasion, the oracle told them to trust in their wooden walls. The priests interpreted this as advice to rely on their naval fleet rather than the physical walls of their city. That interpretation led directly to the naval strategy that won the Battle of Salamis and preserved Greek independence. The cynical explanation suggests that the priests were simply clever political advisors who used the oracle's trance states as theatrical cover for their own strategic thinking. There's undoubtedly some truth to this. The priests of Delphi were highly educated, well-connected men who maintained extensive networks throughout the Greek world and beyond. They knew which way political winds were blowing long before most people. But this explanation doesn't account for something crucial that emerges when you study the oracle's pronouncements carefully. Many of her prophecies contained insights that seem to have gone beyond the political knowledge available at the time. She warned of threats that hadn't yet materialized, identified opportunities that conventional wisdom would have missed, and consistently demonstrated an understanding of long-term consequences that exceeded what even sophisticated political analysis could have provided. Take the case of the Spartan king Cleomenes, who consulted the oracle about his planned attack on Athens in the late 6th century BCE. The Pythia advised him against it, predicting that the venture would bring shame to Sparta. Conventional analysis of the time would have favored Sparta's chances. They had superior military strength, and Athenian defenses were relatively weak. Yet the oracle's warning proved prescient. The attack failed spectacularly and became one of the most embarrassing military defeats in Spartan history. The oracle's influence extended far beyond military and political matters. She advised on everything from agricultural policy to religious practices to the founding of new colonies. The ancient world treated her as a comprehensive source of wisdom about how to navigate an uncertain future. What's remarkable is how often her guidance proved beneficial, even when it didn't make immediate sense to those receiving it. Modern archaeological work at Delphi has revealed another layer of mystery. The site shows evidence of continuous religious activity dating back far earlier than the historical oracle. Pre-Greek peoples were conducting rituals there long before Apollo's temple was built. The location itself seems to have been recognized as somehow special for thousands of years before anyone understood why. Recent research into consciousness and altered states has opened new questions about what might have been happening during those trance sessions. Studies of similar naturally occurring gas emissions at other locations have found that certain geological conditions can produce not just euphoria, but enhanced pattern recognition and intuitive insights. The oracle's apparent ability to perceive connections that others missed might have had a neurochemical basis that we're only beginning to understand. The Oracle of Delphi operated at the intersection of chemistry, psychology, politics, and something that might have been genuine precognitive ability. For 8 centuries, the most rational, practical leaders of their time found her advice valuable enough to base crucial decisions on her words. Either they were all victims of an elaborate deception, or something genuinely extraordinary was happening in that chamber beneath the temple. The oracle's final recorded pronouncement came in 393 CE, when the Roman Emperor Theodosius ordered the temple closed as part of his campaign against pagan practices. Her last words, according to historical accounts, were a prediction that the wisdom of Delphi would return when the world was ready to understand it properly. That time may be now. As we develop more sophisticated understanding of consciousness, altered states, and the subtle ways that environmental factors influence human perception, the Oracle of Delphi begins to look less like ancient superstition and more like an early experiment in applied neuroscience. The enigma of the Ubaid lizardmen. When archaeologists began excavating the ancient Ubaid sites of southern Mesopotamia in the early 1900s, they expected to find pottery, tools, and the usual remnants of early civilization. What they didn't expect were the figurines, hundreds of them, scattered across multiple sites, all bearing the same unsettling characteristics: elongated skulls, large oval eyes, and distinctly reptilian features. These weren't crude attempts at human representation. They were something else entirely. The Ubaid period, spanning roughly 6,500 to 3,800 BCE, predates Sumerian civilization by millennia. This makes these figurines among the oldest known representations of humanoid beings in Mesopotamia. Yet unlike the human forms that would dominate later artistic traditions, these beings appear deliberately non-human. Their heads taper to points, their eyes dominate their faces, and their postures suggest both authority and otherworldliness. Dr. Fuad Safar, one of the original excavators at Tel Aswan, documented over 200 of these figurines from a single site. His field notes, archived at the Iraq Museum, describe them with clinical precision. Standing figures, approximately 15 centimeters in height, with pronounced cranial elongation and coffee bean-shaped eyes. Many appear to be nursing infants with similar characteristics. What disturbed Safar wasn't just their alien appearance, but their obvious importance to the people who created them. These weren't random art pieces. They were carefully crafted, often placed in positions of reverence within household shrines. The figurines fall into distinct categories: mother figures nursing reptilian children, standing males with shoulder-length hair and the same elongated skulls, warriors or priests holding staff-like objects. Most unsettling are the composite figures, beings that appear to be wearing masks or helmets, as if the reptilian features could be removed to reveal something else underneath. This detail has sparked decades of debate about whether these represent actual physical beings or ritualistic representations of spiritual entities. Carbon dating places the oldest examples at nearly 8,500 years old, making them contemporary with the earliest agricultural settlements in the region. This timing is significant. These communities were just beginning to develop the social structures that would eventually become the world's first cities. They were creating writing, developing trade networks, establishing religious hierarchies, and apparently, they were documenting contact with beings that looked nothing like themselves. The distribution pattern of these figurines tells its own story. They've been found across a vast geographic area, from the marshlands of southern Iraq to sites along the Euphrates River. Each location shows the same artistic conventions, the same proportions, the same distinctive features. This consistency across hundreds of miles and potentially centuries of time suggests these weren't local myths or isolated artistic expressions. They represent something that multiple communities, across generations, considered important enough to replicate with remarkable accuracy. Modern analysis of the figurines reveals sophisticated craftsmanship. The clay composition varies by site, indicating local production rather than trade goods. The firing techniques show advanced understanding of kiln temperatures and ceramic chemistry. These weren't primitive attempts at art. They were created by skilled craftspeople who took great care in representing details that modern viewers find deeply unsettling. The large eyes, for instance, are often inlaid with bitumen to create a realistic shine. The elongated skulls show anatomical understanding of how such proportions would affect facial structure. What makes these figurines particularly intriguing is their similarity to much later Mesopotamian religious iconography. The Sumerian and Babylonian pantheon includes numerous deities with reptilian or serpentine characteristics. The god Marduk transforms into a serpent. Tiamat, the primordial chaos deity, appears as a dragon-like being. The Anunnaki, those enigmatic deities who supposedly descended from the heavens, are sometimes depicted with non-human features. The Ubaid figurines may represent the earliest version of these religious concepts, preserved in clay thousands of years before the first cuneiform tablets. Dr. Zecharia Sitchin, controversial though his interpretations were, pointed to these figurines as evidence of ancient astronaut contact. His analysis of the figurines' proportions suggested they matched descriptions of beings in later Sumerian texts who came from the sky. While mainstream archaeology dismisses this interpretation, the figurines themselves resist easy categorization. They don't match any known animal species from the region. They don't correspond to any natural human variation. They represent something specific enough that multiple generations of artists felt compelled to reproduce with unwavering consistency. Recent discoveries have added new dimensions to the mystery. In 2019, excavations at Tel Ubaid uncovered a cache of figurines sealed inside what appears to be a ceremonial chamber. These examples show even more elaborate detail: clothing patterns, jewelry, and what might be technological devices. One figure appears to be holding a curved object that bears an unsettling resemblance to modern depictions of communication devices. Another stands beside what could be interpreted as a control panel or altar with geometric symbols. The sealed chamber context suggests these specific figurines held special significance. They weren't everyday household objects, but items considered sacred enough to bury with elaborate ritual protection. Soil analysis around the burial site shows traces of aromatic resins and exotic minerals, indicating ceremonies complex enough to require imported materials. Someone went to considerable effort to preserve these particular representations for posterity. Perhaps most disturbing is the complete absence of transition figures. Nowhere in the archaeological record do we find examples showing gradual evolution from human to reptilian features, or artistic experimentation with these forms. The Ubaid figurines appear fully formed, as if their creators were working from established templates rather than developing artistic concepts. This suggests the beings they represent were familiar enough to the Ubaid people that detailed artistic conventions had already been established. The figurines continue to resist comfortable explanations. They're too specific to dismiss as mythological art, too widespread to explain as local folklore, too detailed to attribute to primitive artistic techniques. They represent something the Ubaid people considered real enough to document with painstaking accuracy across multiple generations. Whether that something was spiritual, physical, or something else entirely remains one of archaeology's most unsettling questions. In the climate-controlled storage rooms of the Iraq Museum, hundreds of these silent witnesses wait for interpretation. Their large eyes still seem to watch visitors. Their elongated skulls still challenge our understanding of ancient art and religion. They remain, as they have for nearly 9 millennia, profoundly other. The Hittite Atlantis, a tale of empires lost. When archaeologists deciphered the Hittite clay tablets in 1986, they discovered something that challenged everything we thought we knew about one of antiquity's greatest empires. Buried within administrative records and royal correspondence lay references to a magnificent coastal city called Wilusa Tarhuntassa, a metropolis that the tablets claimed had been swallowed by the sea in a single catastrophic night. The tablets, discovered in the ruins of Hattusa, the Hittite capital, contained detailed descriptions of this lost city's grandeur. According to the cuneiform inscriptions, Wilusa Tarhuntassa served as the empire's western maritime gateway, a glittering port that controlled trade routes across the eastern Mediterranean. The records describe towering bronze gates, elaborate canal systems, and a massive harbor capable of housing 1,000 ships. Dr. Elena Marchetti, a specialist in Hittite archaeology at the University of Rome, spent 15 years translating these particular tablets. Her work revealed something extraordinary. The Hittite scribes weren't simply recording myth or legend, they were documenting what appeared to be actual administrative records, complete with population counts, tax assessments, and detailed architectural specifications for a city that supposedly vanished beneath the waves around 1200 BCE. The descriptions paint a vivid picture of urban sophistication that rivals any ancient metropolis we know of today. The tablets detail a complex water management system with underground aqueducts carved directly through bedrock. They describe multi-story buildings constructed with interlocking stone blocks that required no mortar, a technique that wouldn't be seen again until the rise of the Inca Empire over 2 millennia later. But here's where the mystery deepens. Maritime surveys along Turkey's Mediterranean coast have identified several underwater anomalies that align remarkably well with the tablet descriptions. In 2019, sonar mapping revealed geometric formations on the seafloor, roughly 12 nautical miles southwest of modern-day Antalya. The formations display characteristics that suggest artificial construction rather than natural geological processes. Marine archaeologist Dr. James Richardson led a preliminary diving expedition to investigate these formations. His team discovered carved stone blocks, some weighing several tons, arranged in what appears to be deliberate patterns. Carbon dating of organic materials trapped within the structures yielded dates clustering around 1180 BCE, suspiciously close to the time frame mentioned in the Hittite records. The underwater site spans approximately 4 square kilometers. Preliminary photographs reveal what could be the remnants of a sophisticated harbor complex, complete with what appear to be quay walls and breakwater structures. The construction techniques mirror those found at other Hittite sites, particularly the use of massive polygonal stones fitted together with extraordinary precision. Yet the existence of Wilusa Tarhantasa raises profound questions about our understanding of Bronze Age civilization. The Hittites were primarily a land-based empire, known for their military prowess and diplomatic sophistication, but traditionally viewed as having limited maritime capabilities. A major coastal metropolis would fundamentally alter our perception of their technological and economic reach. The tablets describe the city's destruction in terms that echo other ancient accounts of catastrophic flooding. They speak of earthquakes that lasted for 7 days, followed by the sea rushing inland to claim the city. Geological evidence supports the possibility of such an event. The eastern Mediterranean sits atop multiple active fault lines, and tsunami deposits from this period have been identified at various coastal sites throughout the region. Some researchers draw parallels between the Hittite descriptions and Plato's account of Atlantis. Both stories feature advanced maritime civilizations destroyed by seismic catastrophe. Both describe cities with sophisticated harbor engineering and materials technology ahead of their time. The geographic details in the Hittite tablets place Wilusa Tarhantasa in waters that would have been accessible to both Egyptian and Minoan traders, potentially explaining how knowledge of such a catastrophe might have survived in various cultural traditions. Dr. Richardson's team has identified several artifacts from the underwater site that display distinctly Hittite characteristics: bronze tools bearing royal seals, pottery fragments with cuneiform inscriptions, and ceremonial weapons that match examples found at established Hittite archaeological sites. However, they've also discovered items that seem remarkably advanced for their supposed age. One bronze disc, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, displays intricate astronomical calculations etched into its surface. The mathematics involved require a sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics that historians didn't believe existed in the Bronze Age. The disk accurately predicts solar and lunar eclipses for a 60-year cycle, using computational methods that wouldn't be rediscovered until the Roman period. The political implications of Wilusa Tarhantasa's existence extend beyond archaeology. If the tablets are accurate, this lost city controlled sea routes that were crucial to Bronze Age trade networks. Its destruction might explain the sudden collapse of several Mediterranean civilizations around 1200 BCE, a period historians call the Bronze Age collapse but have never fully understood. Turkish authorities have restricted access to the underwater site pending further evaluation. The location sits within territorial waters that are politically sensitive, and the discovery of a major Hittite port could have implications for modern maritime boundaries and archaeological jurisdiction. Only 2 research teams have been granted diving permits since 2019, and their findings remain largely unpublished. Local fishermen in the region have known about the stone ruins for generations. Oral traditions passed down through coastal villages describe stone buildings visible beneath the water during exceptionally clear days. These stories, long dismissed as folklore, now carry new significance in light of the archaeological evidence. The mystery of Wilusa Tarhuntasa challenges us to reconsider how much we truly know about ancient civilizations. Each translated tablet, each underwater photograph, each corroded artifact suggests that our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that we're only beginning to understand. The city beneath the waves represents more than just another archaeological site. It represents the possibility that history as we know it is incomplete, that entire chapters of human achievement lie hidden beneath the seas, waiting to rewrite what we thought we knew about our past. Whether Wilusa Tarhuntasa proves to be the Hittite Atlantis, or simply another example of ancient urban planning, remains an open question. But the tablets continue to whisper their secrets, and the sea guards its mysteries well. The mysterious humming of Taos. 2% of Taos residents hear something that decades of scientific investigation cannot fully explain, a persistent, low-frequency hum that seems to emanate from the very air itself. The sound appears without warning, follows no discernible pattern, and defies every conventional explanation researchers have proposed. Dr. Joe Mullins first documented the phenomenon in the 1990s, when residents began reporting a mysterious droning that kept them awake at night. What started as scattered complaints from a few individuals quickly revealed itself as something far more intriguing. The affected residents, dubbed hearers by researchers, described remarkably consistent experiences despite having no contact with one another. They spoke of a sound reminiscent of a distant diesel engine idling or heavy machinery operating somewhere just beyond perception's edge. Yet when they searched for the source, they found nothing. The hum seemed to exist everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, growing more pronounced in quiet environments and often intensifying during nighttime hours. Geographic surveys revealed that the phenomenon wasn't confined to Taos alone. Similar unexplained hums had been reported in Bristol, England, where residents complained of a low-frequency drone that plagued certain neighborhoods. Auckland, New Zealand, documented comparable cases. So did locations across Australia, Germany, and various sites throughout North America. Each location shared certain characteristics, typically small communities with populations under 50,000, often situated in valleys or areas with particular geological formations. The consistency of these reports across cultures and continents suggested something beyond mass hysteria or local environmental factors. Research teams deployed sensitive acoustic equipment throughout affected areas, hoping to capture definitive evidence of the mysterious sound. The results proved both fascinating and frustrating. Some instruments detected subtle electromagnetic anomalies in regions where hearers reported the strongest sensations. Low-frequency vibrations, barely registering on standard equipment, appeared sporadically in these locations. Yet the readings remained inconsistent, failing to correlate directly with reported experiences. Many hearers continued to perceive the sound even when instruments detected complete silence. Physiological studies of affected individuals revealed intriguing patterns. MRI scans showed that hearers often possessed heightened sensitivity in specific regions of the inner ear, structures responsible for detecting extremely low-frequency sounds. This discovery led researchers to theorize that certain individuals might be biologically predisposed to perceiving sound frequencies that remain below most people's threshold of hearing. Dr. Glenn Macpherson, a lecturer at the University of British Columbia, spent years collecting data from hum experiences worldwide. His research revealed that hearers typically shared certain characteristics. Most were middle-aged or older, though younger individuals occasionally reported the phenomenon. The majority lived in rural or suburban environments, rather than dense urban areas. Interestingly, many hearers also reported increased sensitivity to other environmental factors, bright lights, electromagnetic fields, or subtle changes in atmospheric pressure. Geological surveys of affected areas uncovered another layer of complexity. Many hum locations sat atop unusual rock formations or near underground water sources. Some researchers proposed that tectonic activity might generate infrasonic vibrations, sounds below the range of normal human hearing, that particularly sensitive individuals could somehow detect. This theory gained support when seismologists confirmed that certain geological processes do produce extremely low-frequency waves capable of traveling vast distances through both ground and atmosphere. The weather appeared to influence the phenomenon as well. Many hearers reported that atmospheric pressure changes, particularly before storms, seemed to intensify their experiences. Temperature inversions, where warm air traps cooler air near the ground, coincided with increased reports of the mysterious sound. These atmospheric conditions are known to alter how sound waves travel, potentially focusing or amplifying frequencies that would normally dissipate. Military installations near some affected areas sparked theories about classified technology. Low-frequency communication systems, designed to penetrate deep underground or communicate with submarines, operate in frequency ranges that might explain the reported sensations. However, government agencies consistently denied operating equipment that could produce such widespread effects, and the phenomenon continued in areas with no military presence whatsoever. Industrial explanations faced similar challenges. While factories, mining operations, or heavy machinery could theoretically generate persistent low-frequency noise, many affected communities had minimal industrial activity. Rural areas experiencing the HUME often had no significant industrial facilities within hundreds of miles. When nearby operations shut down temporarily, hearers continued reporting their experiences unchanged. Medical researchers explored psychological and neurological possibilities. Some studies suggested that tinnitus, a condition causing persistent ringing or buzzing in the ears, might manifest differently in certain individuals, creating the perception of external sound sources. Stress, anxiety, and heightened attention to environmental stimuli could potentially amplify subtle auditory sensations, transforming barely perceptible sounds into prominent experiences. Yet this explanation struggled to account for the geographical clustering of cases. If the HUME resulted purely from individual physiological or psychological factors, cases should appear randomly distributed across populations. Instead, they concentrated in specific locations with apparent environmental commonalities. The search for answers led researchers into increasingly specialized territory. Studies of electromagnetic fields revealed that areas with unusual magnetic properties sometimes coincided with HUME reports. Solar activity, which affects Earth's electromagnetic environment, showed loose correlations with fluctuations in reported intensity. Some scientists proposed that sensitive individuals might be detecting electromagnetic variations through unknown biological mechanisms. Recent investigations have employed increasingly sophisticated methodology. Researchers now use arrays of synchronized sensors to map microscopic environmental variations across affected areas. They've discovered that many HUME locations experience subtle but measurable differences in ambient electromagnetic fields, atmospheric pressure patterns, and even gravitational variations related to local geology. Modern technology has revealed that our environment contains far more complexity than previous generations could detect. Extremely low-frequency waves generated by everything from ocean movements to atmospheric disturbances create a constant background of barely perceptible vibrations. Most humans remain unaware of this hidden acoustic landscape, but a small percentage might possess the biological sensitivity to perceive fragments of this normally invisible world. The mystery deepens as researchers continue gathering data. Each investigation reveals new layers of environmental subtlety, while the core phenomenon remains tantalizingly beyond complete understanding. The hearers of Taos continue their